Good evening. I'm Matt McLean in the Show Me Live Weather Center. Thanks for joining us. We do have a tornado warning that has now been issued at the very bottom of our listing area, if you will, right along the Arkansas-Missouri border. So we're going to zoom right on in. Folks in Poplar Bluff, especially right now, this is an area of concern, and we are obviously monitoring that right now. And according to the Weather Service, a funnel cloud has been reported over Naylor by trained weather spotters with the National Weather Service. So this is once again a serious situation that's going on as of this point. Now you can see, if you are watching us on the video stream, at the bottom of your stream there, you've got that particular tornado warning that is scrolling across. That's not to mitigate the thunderstorm warnings and the flood advisories that we now have in effect. It's also not to mitigate the tornado watch boxes and the thunderstorm watch boxes over much of our listing area as of this point in time. So right now, here's what we're going to look at doing. Let's go ahead and zoom on in, take a look at kind of what's going on there, and see exactly what we've got with regard to any rotation. And there is some tight rotation as of this point. And that rotation is, as advertised by the National Weather Service, it is near the Naylor area as of this point in time. Basically, let me go ahead and make it where I can draw here. We're talking more or less some areas of rotation here that's showing up on radar, predominantly in this generalized vicinity right now. And that's kind of what we're looking at. This is currently moving off in a direction that is going to eclipse just the northern areas of Poplar Bluff as of this point in time. And we're also keeping a watchful eye right here as that stops for some additional rotation areas. Right now, radar is not showing a whole lot, but I am just now seeing an updated sweep, which would be indicating a potential for some additional rotation right there. So they have drawn this warning box, this polygon warning, if you will, that's going to incorporate basically the city of Poplar Bluff as well. So for these counties, basically Ripley County, Butler as well, a tornado warning remains in effect until 6:30 this evening. We also have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for, a thunderstorm warning in effect for another 38 minutes. Potentially 60-mile-an-hour winds and an inch-size hail. That is for Carter, Ripley, Wayne, and northwestern Butler County at this particular point as well. We also have a flood advisory that has been issued for a good portion of really all of Iron County, all of Reynolds, a good portion of St. Francis and Washington counties. The flood advisory that we currently have right there is showing that quite a bit of rain has been observed in and across the area, and they are looking at an additional 2 to 4 inches expected over the area. There's a distinct possibility those flood advisories may turn into flash flood warnings in the coming next hour or two. We're going to be watching for that because so much rain has been falling. But with regard to the predominantly severe weather that we have going on currently, it is all eyes on the Poplar Bluff area, as well as portions off to the south and west from there. We should say that this particular storm has prompted tornado warnings as it was moving through northern Arkansas. Thought for a little bit it was going to weaken, but it apparently is cycling just a little bit as of this point, and so that's basically what we are seeing. Let me get one more area there of rotation on a different screen that is just out of sight for you all, and I'm able to kind of zoom in and just really make sure that what we're saying and what we're seeing on here is fairly accurate. And I'm getting a couple of different radar sites here to make sure that the radar that we are getting gives the best vantage point, I should say, of the particular rotation. Paducah's radar site not showing a huge amount of heavy rotation. However, the site out of Memphis is kind of picking up on that. And for those of you watching, it's basically right around in this general vicinity. Now, as far as any kind of debris, right now it's not yet visible, at least this far away on the radar site. but there's really no radar that's very close to this area. And by that, I just simply mean that the further away you get from the radar site, the higher up in the atmosphere. So if we start seeing debris that's thousands of feet in the air, which basically over Poplar Bluff, the NEXRAD system by the National Weather Service, by the time it is angling over to the Poplar Bluff area, it's going to be several thousand feet in the sky. So I'm not going to be surprised if we don't see a whole lot of debris at this point. But we are seeing definitely that rotation, and you can see it's starting to develop kind of that classic look right here, that little bit of a hook echo that we kind of have going on there as you see that kind of spiraling situation. We got a brand new update, so everything that I drew is a little bit outdated there as well. But you're kind of seeing, again, all of this stuff that's kind of taking place right now. And I'm going to zoom in just a little bit closer. This has its eyeball right on the Poplar Bluff area. So folks in and around Poplar Bluff, if you're listening and you are watching this on our YouTube channels, our Facebook Live, all of our different outlets at this point, this has it's really moving into the southern portions of Poplar Bluff right now. And so this is an area, again, that we want to be monitoring very cautiously when it comes to any kind of rotation, because trained weather spotters indicating that they have seen a funnel cloud. Conditions are very favorable for that right now. For those of you in Carter County, Van Buren, there is a thunderstorm warning off to your west as well. That is going to be for Shannon County and Oregon County. Shannon in our listening area, Oregon not so much, but obviously we'll cover it because, well, for folks in Shannon County, you kind of need to know what's going on. That's in effect until 6:45. And for those of you in and around basically Dent County, as well as eventually on into other portions of Shannon, Reynolds, Iron, Viburnum area, we're monitoring some additional severe weather off toward the Willow Springs area at this point. So we're monitoring quite a bit of an uptick there. So if you are just joining us at this point, we do have a tornado warning in effect for Butler and Ripley counties, really for the next several minutes here until about 6:30, so about 18 minutes left on that. The areas that you're seeing here in kind of a darker, different color red here, all of this, that is a tornado watch that's in effect until midnight, and this yellow highlighted area, it's even also underneath all the radar site. That is a thunderstorm watch box that's in effect until midnight for tonight, and it stretches all the way basically to the St. Louis metro area in our listening area. So Jefferson, Franklin off to the north, no warning boxes or watch boxes as of this point. It's not to say that a thunderstorm warning or so couldn't form, but right now all eyes are basically in this general vicinity. Now, here's the main concern that we have with all of this at this particular point. This is an area that forecasters right here that I'm about to circle, all of this area, even saw some sunshine this afternoon, creating a whole lot of volatility and instability in the atmosphere for the remainder of this afternoon on into this early evening. And when you have these kind of lone thunderstorms that are kind of out there all by themselves, the forecast for tonight over the next several hours is actually to create that forecast. Even the computer models are showing multiple opportunities for additional thunderstorms that could become tornadic on a dime to form really within the next hour or so especially. So we're going to be monitoring this very cautiously at this point. So for those of you just joining us, we are showing a radar indicated with weather spotters reporting, confirming a funnel cloud until about 6:30 for Ripley and Butler County. I think it's a fairly safe thing to say at this point. For the most part, just to the east of Doniphan in the Ripley County area is where that particular rotation is beginning to exit out of and become an all Butler County type of a storm. So for this right now, that's kind of what's going on. We have that tornado warning. We are monitoring it very carefully there. And we are expecting additional warnings throughout the evening all across portions of southeast Missouri and into southern Illinois. So for those of you who are not yet under the gun, a live look at the radar, kind of stretching out there just a little bit and showing a little bit of a broader view This is what we have going on right now, and it's going to be with us for really for the remainder of the evening. That's why we got these watch boxes up until midnight for tonight. So we do have an extra little flood advisory that has just kicked in, and that's for St. Genevieve County and eastern St. Francis County. That's until 9:15. Some minor flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas and some low-water crossings may become impassable. A couple of inches of rain have fallen, and an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain are expected. There's a lot of cloud to ground lightning for those of you in St. Francis County, especially, that you have experienced over the past 30 to 60 minutes or so. And I got news for you with the way the storms are moving here in Iron and Reynolds County. You've got more on the way. I suppose we're really kind of approaching to some degree a little bit of a training situation. It is almost over the same areas. It just kind of morphs off a little bit and moves slightly and gently off to the south from one storm cell to the other. So that would probably qualify as a pretty loosely based training situation as far as any kind of a radar. And we're just seeing the latest update here in Butler County, and we are looking at, again, for those of you in Poplar Bluff, I sure hope if you've got a basement, that's where you are right now. And if you don't, find that interior room that doesn't have a window, that puts as many walls in between you and the outside of your building that you are in right now as quickly as possible. So it is still showing some pretty serious rotation. And that rotation is in that little notch area that is basically right about here. That is where that particular area of rotation is at, and it is moving off straight for the heart of Poplar Bluff. Now, at this particular point, we still don't have a confirmation of anything on the ground, but we do have weather spotters reporting that funnel cloud as of this point, and it was over Naylor when that was the case. And it doesn't take, the only difference between a tornado and a funnel cloud is whether or not it has made contact with ground. That is the literal difference between the two. So when you've got a rotating funnel cloud, even it can do some damage if it remains even 100, 200 feet off the ground. It can still grab a hold of things off the ground and create some problems. So this is something you need to take seriously as it is beginning to descend on the city of Poplar Bluff and some of its outlying suburbs or subdivisions, I meant to say, and the community area there that you've got kind of going on there. So we are monitoring it. We're looking at it very carefully, and we are expecting additional things to develop really in the coming next hour or so. We do still have a thunderstorm warning in effect for Carter, Ripley, Wayne, and Butler counties, which is independent of the tornado warning, and that is in effect until 6:45 this evening at this particular point. Here's our latest crawl, and it is right on top. The tornado warning, as far as the rotation, it is currently right on Poplar Bluff at this point. Let me see if we can get any kind of a camera situation going on there and see if there is anything that would allow us to see kind of what's going on. And really the closest thing, that one is basically you're not going to be able to see much because it's just a wall of rain at this particular point. So that's pretty much all that we've got going on with regard to any kind of an available camera system that might be able to see anything. It is very close to that rotation, but with regard to being able to see much, if there is a tornado on the ground, this thing may be a rain wrap situation at this point because of what you've got going on. That's a live view at that particular point.
And
so
that's
we're monitoring
what can make
that.
it dangerous, as we've said all week, as we've been following storms. Our third day this week, fourth in the last two, as dangerous weather continues to impact the area. Matt, I am with you to assist you in whatever you need as we follow this severe weather again.
All right. Well, we've got that tornado warning again that is going to remain in effect. I'm very concerned about you folks in Poplar Bluff, especially because it is basically right on top of you at this point. Let me get back over to the Paducah radar because it was doing a pretty good job there of showing some things. And it is approaching the edge of the the warning there that's going on. And if I do something like this on the screen, which we don't show too often in some of our severe weather coverage, but it really does highlight the notch area basically right around in this area. It does a good job of showing that and showing the really the lift of the thunderstorm activity all around this particular area of rotation. So for those of you in this area, we're going to see if they expand this into portions of Wayne County and off toward Scott County and possibly Stoddard County. We're going to have to wait and see exactly what the Weather Service is going to do here. But that rotation, again, so far away from the radar, it's really tough to kind of pinpoint and figure those things out, at least from the naked eye, if you will, even on the radar screens when it comes to all of that and all of these things. So with regard to all of this, we've definitely got a lot of stuff going on. We're going to keep it right here. We've got a tornado warning, and that's basically our cue to get on the air and let you know what's going on. Thunderstorm warnings will pass along and let you know kind of what's taking place. But when we have a tornado warning, well, that kind of activates things within our existence here, and then we kind of make sure that we are looking things over and making sure that we're keeping you informed of everything that's going on there. So with regard to this, a lot of stuff going on. It is ahead of all the other lines of activity that's creating a lot of rain right there and right there. And again, we got these flood advisories across St. Francis, St. Genevieve, Iron, and Reynolds County. A lot of lightning in Iron and Reynolds County right now, and even around the Piedmont area in Wayne County right there. So I did have a couple of extra cameras trying to pop on, or at least the service stations that
Matt,
are there as well.
I did add the thunderstorm warning and the flood advisory into the crawl at the bottom, so we will be keeping that updated throughout the evening as well.
Well, there you go. So we've got the tornado warning, and we're waiting to see if the National Weather Service is going to extend this or if they are going to pare it down. So there's a little bit of a pare down. That's actually a little bit of good news. If they were going to extend the tornado warning at this point, we're about to find out, because typically in our system, as it reads information from the National Weather Service, these are the things that will end up taking place, that they may start trimming down the current warning and then possibly looking at the idea of expanding and or issuing a new warning to kind of take over from where this one ends. So now we just simply have to wait and kind of see what's going on there and find out exactly how things are going to move around there. This particular storm, it is genuinely morphing into different forms there. Very unstable environment, and we do have the Poplar Bluff area right around 625 is what this is saying, and that's right there, Poplar Bluff at 625. So what they are talking about then, we're looking at about 2 to 3 minutes away, is, let me get in there just a little bit on some of the storm velocity here. If what we are seeing there is accurate, then we're looking at a situation right now of, let me get to a different radar site before I say anything out loud. Then we've got situations there that's got that rotation, and you're talking about this kind of stuff right around in this area. So it's basically that 625 area, and that's kind of what we're looking at there. So I'm not sure exactly. There's just not a lot there that you can see, understandably. So we're really looking at that. We're trying to figure out exactly if there's anything going on, and it's just really just you're not going to be able to see a whole lot there in and out and about. So, but that is basically the area of concern at this point, and the latest radar showing that. So if you are in Poplar Bluff, please seek shelter. This is now basically on top of you at this point, and you're going to want to be able to make your decisions. I mean, the time is up. It's basically on top of you at this particular point as this makes its way on about. So this tornado warning will expire in about 6 minutes. We're going to have to wait and see as it moves off to the northeast at 30 miles an hour if they expand this tornado warning to include places like Wapapello and Puxico, and basically those areas or not. We're gonna wait and see on this, and as things move and progress forward just a little bit there, that's going to be very beneficial for us in and around that area. So I just got to see we are seeing a little bit of an extra there. I just had a stat sheet sweep go by when it comes to the storm velocity, and we are seeing some pretty good rotation there now that's sitting right on top of Poplar Bluff. This is what I'm talking about here. I'll just drag it on over into this monitor very quickly here for you to see as well. And you can't see that, so let me put it back on the other side there. But a little bit of monitor activity there. Let me move over here, see if I can get the same thing here. What radar is this picking up from? Let me make sure. So this is coming from Memphis. Let me get down through here. Again, we're all about more safety than we are about how pretty we make it look at this point. And it's just kind of one of those things. So this is where the rotation is basically showing right now, right around in this area, is basically what we are seeing. So yeah, there's just a lot going on there, and we're going to wait and see exactly what happens with everything, and see if we're able to see anything or discern anything. Winds are fairly calm. Don't even see the trees moving in that area. That's usually a little bit of an ominous, scary thing whenever you start thinking about tornadoes. You get a lot of those statements and different stuff that's there, and you kind of wonder what's going on. Obviously got some rain going on there as well. And so, yeah, I mean, that's more or less what we're looking for there. I'm curious on the right-hand side, got some lightning there. I'm curious on the right-hand side of the screen, if it is facing in the correct direction, then if there is anything there, and I'm trying to figure out which direction, there's another bolt of lightning hitting the ground. We do have a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning all across southeast Missouri with these particular storms. Not really seeing a whole lot there. But at this particular point, that area of rotation is making its way really across, and has made its way across the Poplar Bluff area for the most part. That doesn't mean it's an all clear, because we've got a few areas that are spinning up there. But that is kind of what we're seeing as of this point. Let me get to a little bit of a different situation going on here when it comes to all of this, and see if I can get some additional rotation sight going off the Paducah radar. And it's really tough to kind of see any of that rotation from Paducah. But Memphis radar is showing some stuff right now when it comes to that rotation that has now basically made its way through and out of Poplar Bluff and begun making its way off toward the northeast. But so far, I'm not seeing any situations where the tornado warning is being extended. As of this point, that doesn't mean it won't. It could in 5 seconds from now. We may see it pop up on the screen. So bear in mind with what we've got going on currently, and see kind of everything that's taking place here, and see exactly what the National Weather Service is planning to do. While we're waiting for the latest sweep there, again, we are still looking at those flood advisories across Reynolds and Iron County, as well as portions of Washington, St. Genevieve, St. Francis County, and even you folks in the metro St. Louis area. That's kind of what's going on there. A lot of rain has fallen, and so all of this area kind of in the green. It's kind of drawn, and kind of parts of Washington County and St. Francis County. The whole county is now under a flood advisory, actually 2 independent ones, but the whole county is now covered, and all of St. Genevieve County as well. So there's a lot there. There's a lot there going on with a lot of rain, but we're going to stick with it. And what's going to end up happening is this warning is either going to fall off, and they're going to allow that to expire. And if they do, we are in that situation that once that tornado warning is gone, we will end up going back into regular programming. And then from that point forward, what we'll end up doing is monitor very carefully. And if we see additional tornado warnings issued, we will, of course, pass that along as the moment that they are issued. It's not like we're going anywhere per se, but we are very cautiously watching that. So this particular warning has 1 minute left in its tornado warning. Let's see if at this particular point they end up moving things through and adding to it or not. And the key mark is, is that really what they're going to do at this point? Are they going to add to that? at this point or not. Well, that we're basically right there to try to figure it out. They have. We have a brand new tornado warning that's going on. And that tornado warning is actually until 7 o'clock for northern Butler County. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Poplar Bluff, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. Weather reporters, weather spotters, I should say, have reported a funnel cloud near Poplar Bluff. So this is still producing a funnel cloud. It is getting a little bit easier to see rotation as it is making its way through Butler County. So we do have a new tornado warning that has been issued. This is a continuity of the one that was already there to begin with. And these little notches, it's drawn out a little bit differently, but these little notch areas right here are the areas of a little bit of a concern to really kind of watch and try to figure out exactly kind of what's going on there. Let me try this camera one more time and see if there's anything. And we're starting to see a little bit of the wall cloud, if you will, and it can always look a little ominous and be tough to discern kind of what's going on. And then once in a while, what you end up having is you got some rotation all of a sudden in that wall cloud, and then you've got a tornado. So this is definitely a warranted situation. That is kind of what we're looking at as of this point. And so that's where we are. With this particular camera angle right now. We're going to keep it right here for just a little bit. I'm not liking what I'm seeing on the right-hand side of that screen, to be honest with you. And so
Yeah, that looks terrible.
it is a situation that we are starting to get a little concerned about. Even in the radar returns, we're starting to see a little bit more of a classic notch situation right here and right here. And I'll tell you, if you've been with us for a little bit, you're kind of going, yeah, but you were talking about rotation elsewhere. Well, the radar was showing that. It was showing multiple areas of rotation. This cloud this storm cell, it is continuing to develop and continuing to strengthen. So we're a little bit concerned on that. Taking a look at this live look there, basically in the Poplar Bluff area. And I realize that the disparity between basically the dark areas of the clouds and maybe a little bit of a lighter can make it look a little more ominous than in reality that it may be. But we are looking at, areas there that are a little concerning at this particular point. I can't draw whenever the video is on there, but if you're able to see my mouse moving back and forth, then what we're looking at right there, you got little fingerling areas. That is an area of concern. And it's something we're going to monitor very, very carefully. So I'm looking at, let's see, how old? That's about 3 minutes old. The rotation is showing as being a little bit on the other side of that. So basically, here's kind of what's happening is what you're seeing on this screen right here, if I've got my directions correct on this, is basically because the camera is right here. So you're kind of seeing the edge of the storm. So they do have it placed appropriately. But now we are getting a pretty clear view of what appears to be the area of rotation. And that rotation is indicating that, at least for what we are basically seeing, it is in this general vicinity. Now, there's a couple of areas of concern. One area for potential rotation. I'm going to keep a watchful eye on basically that camera situation right now and see kind of what's happening there, because I'm seeing basically we're seeing that lower down just a little bit on the screen. It is an area of concern, and we're certainly keeping that in a very cautious observation there. But we are seeing that rotation there. Basically, if the radar returns are to be believed, the area of rotation is actually, let me stop drawing on there, and actually there's a couple of areas of concern. One area of rotation possibly up in here that we're seeing on radar, basically in this area, and then possibly some brighter returns up in this area right now, and then also again where this camera is located. There's an area and an edge of rotation, basically where what I would assume they have this pointing on in the generalized direction, and you have a lot of activity that's going on there as well. And so,
Matt, I am pulling up the. You see a live stream here from the EMA Butler County.
Can you tell me where that is coming from? Because we need to take, we actually don't have broadcast rights for that. Please take that off. So we do not have broadcast rights for that.
Butler County EMA, we don't?
We take that off, please. Thank
Gotcha.
you. We don't need to be broadcasting that. I wish we could, but we don't have the permission on that as of right now. So let's just kind of keep that out and about as we can, and just kind of keep monitoring what we can at this particular point, and just keep it right here, please. And we'll keep on keeping you informed of these different things. So this storm continuing at this point to kind of morph and move around. It isn't moving all that fast as of this point. So let me flip over to see if this camera is going to show anything, and not really. Not really as of this point. Just some ominous looking clouds, basically the same for there. Any kind of a danger would have done that. Yeah, so that's where we are, and that's what we're looking at right now. It's just an area of concern, and we're just kind of monitoring that to kind of see exactly where everything is taking place. Let me see if there's any updates on that as of this point, and just kind of take a look at some things here to kind of see what we've got, and see if they've updated anything at this particular point as well. It looks like at 6:29 again, moving 35 miles an hour off to the northeast. Weather spotters reporting that funnel cloud, and that is the last check that we have as of this point in time. So definitely this may not be the last warning that we have for the evening. We'll of course be keeping you up to date on all of that, and making sure that you are weather aware, as the new coined phrase of things that we are looking at and making that all about. One of the things, obviously, South Central Shannon, Oregon County till 6:45, that thunderstorm warning remains in effect. And then we also, like I said, have this tornado warning that has basically made its way and cleared through Poplar Bluff at this point. I'm not seeing so far, if we have trained weather spotters that are spotting this, we are not yet receiving any reports of potential damage, which typically, if you have weather spotters which are on the ball and reporting funnel clouds, they're also going to report if they happen to see it hitting the ground. So the hope and the prayer is that this remains nothing but a funnel cloud, and that's where you want to be cautious about and try to make sure that you get everything all figured out in that regard, and try to make sure that we keep everybody as ahead of the storm as we possibly can. Let me see if I can get a little bit of a better. Memphis is doing a slightly better job on that. Let me see if I can also get. I'm also pulling off the Memphis for any kind of potential rotation. That's a few minutes old, but that rotation area is, again, if what the rotation is equaling to, we're just kind of monitoring this general vicinity, and in and around the areas there as a possibility. If you're in this warned area, we have monitored multiple areas of rotation, so this is not something to take lightly. And if we just circle one spot and say, well, I'm not there, so everything is fine, please don't do that, because this storm is really producing more than, it's producing some rotation. And it's just trying to figure out how it wishes to develop with the atmospheric conditions that it has been given. So what we're looking at right now is this particular warning. We're looking at all of that. And we're trying to get additional information on there with the areas there. Weather spotters, again, that's the latest information that we have. And let me see if we can pull open some storm reports from the National Weather Service to try to get additional information here. And so far, we're not seeing much of anything. Really, there's not a lot to write home about. It's just that we have this warning on here, and it's not moving as fast as the storms the other day either. So that is also a little bit of a concern, because it kind of allows the storms to develop and kind of figure out how they're going to do things. It can help in rotation, as far as not creating the rotation quite as easily as perhaps a storm that's moving at 60 and 70 miles an hour. But let me tell you, there have been plenty of storms at 30 and 35 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, and 20 miles an hour that produce tornadoes. So there are just some different atmospheric conditions there. And because this is a kind of a lone ranger of a storm, we're really keeping a watchful eye on that to kind of see exactly what we've got going on there, and see if there's anything else. That's the latest that we're seeing right there on all of these types of things. So yeah, we've definitely got some concern there. Definitely trying to figure out exactly what we're seeing. Let me one more there, since that is a fairly close situation there. Obviously, they're moving their cameras around, trying to figure out if what they are seeing is accurate or not, and to see if it's any kind of truth to what the radar is showing. Most of the time it is, and once in a while it's not. And Poplar Bluff is really an area where the radar, no National Weather Service radar, is probably the strength that it needs to be at this point. And so that's kind of what we're looking at, to kind of see exactly what's going on and see if there's anything out there that makes sense. You can see these clouds moving. That is a live issue of the camera there. And so you're seeing these clouds move out and about to kind of see what's going on. And so that's just, it's basically about at the tail end of everything there. And if the radar returns are to be believed, this rotation has moved on. But I got to tell you, just looking at it, if I didn't see the rotation on a different screen here, I would be looking at this right now and wondering what's going on. The key of the matter is, for this area of rotation, if the radar returns are to be believed, it is still in kind of this notch area. But guess what? We're also keeping a watchful eye on this little notch area to see how things are working. And I'm kind of trying to keep a watchful eye right around in this area as well, because I'm not liking necessarily what I'm seeing on the screen at this point when it comes to the velocity, the actual wind speeds, and the direction of the wind that we're seeing on there. Let me see if I can get just basically a high-res velocity going on here, and see if we can get any kind of a wind speed in the atmosphere that's being measured. And yeah, there was an 85 mile an hour wind speed. But again, keep in mind, because it's so far away from the radar, this is going to be shooting higher. The radar beam is going to be a little bit higher in the atmosphere. This could be a couple thousand feet, 3,000 feet in the air, and it may not be truth to ground, if you will, when it comes to exactly what people are experiencing in and around the Poplar Bluff area. So let's see what we get here. I'm just trying to see if there's any additional information. 629 is the last thing that we've got there in and around this area. So we're going to keep it right here. We're not going anywhere. We're going to stay on the air until we see things that are taking place there and see what we can do. Let me see if we can get some storm velocity going here and see if we're able to see anything at all. That is actually a little bit older than the radar returns. Let me see if I can get out of Memphis, which has, again, been doing a better job of the actual updates, but it is a little ways away. But even in that's actually basically an outdated situation. So let me go on back over to the reflectivity at this point, see what we've got going on. I'll flip it back over to here, which is getting a slightly better view in and around. And you can see part of Poplar Bluff is now outside the tornado warning as they are trimming things through. Here's an update. Tornado warning remains in effect until 7 o'clock. And a tornado and $half size hail. Weather spotters, again, reporting a funnel cloud just north of Poplar Bluff. Well, that would actually line up with some of the returns that we are seeing now in and around that area, that just north of Poplar Bluff, that funnel cloud, they are still indicating that thing as of this point. So it's a tough call, because you've got a lot of low-lying clouds. You've got a lot of things that are going on there, what you call little scud or fingers, that type of stuff that's taking place there is a scud and fingers, I should say, not or, two separate little things there. But you've got a little different stuff there that's going on. It's a tough call. It really is. But the radar is in agreement with what the weather spotters are showing at this point. And so this is an area of concern. As of this point, what I would say is, for those of you in Wapapello, basically Lake Wapapello, Puxico area, let me put this into motion. Let's see kind of exactly how this is deciding it wants to go through there. Give it a couple more times there. So basically, yeah, basically from Wapapello south toward Puxico and toward basically just north of Fisk. This is an area that we're going to watch very carefully now to see exactly what takes place with this storm. And I'm just zooming out so that we can kind of keep track of what's going on here beyond just this one isolated storm. But this is what we could be seeing across portions of southeast Missouri, really, for the remainder of the evening and on into the early nighttime hours. We have that tornado watch that's in effect until midnight, and a thunderstorm watch in effect until midnight. The red is the tornado watch box, and the yellow is the thunderstorm watch box. It stretches from basically just south of the St. Louis metro area all the way to the Poplar Bluff area, and then a tornado watch takes over at that point where you see the red kind of kicking in there. So, all right, so this is what we are looking at, and this is kind of what everything is taking place there. I wish the velocity was a little bit more up to date at this point, but, you know, some things happen at times like this, and that's kind of what you get going on, and it's tough to kind of figure out. And so that's why sometimes we don't show it, because the radar system is just, you got to understand, the radars have been really working overtime lately, to be honest with you, and for days now. And so sometimes systems, you know, require a little bit of a reboot or whatever the case may be. We had to do that on Wednesday night when we had so many warnings. The system basically felt like it was overloading, and we had to basically give it a swift kick in the side and restart it. So these things can happen on just about every level, and it could be an intermediary between what you're seeing on the screen and basically what's taking place here. So I'm going to keep a watchful eye on you folks for Van Buren, Ellington, Piedmont, Des Arc, Annapolis, Elsinore, Grandin. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning just outside the listing area for you folks as well. That is for Shannon County. The warning is there. For Oregon County, that's just outside our area until 7:15. I'm watching it because it's moving straight toward portions of our listing area, and we're going to keep a watchful eye on that to kind of see what's going on. All right, let me see if I can get a second opinion here, a third opinion on a different radar site, and see kind of what we're showing. I do think Paducah is really doing the radar itself is able to kind of slice through this storm in its best proper way. So for those of you that we're looking at here, right here is the area that they are indicating is an area of concern. That's what they have at this particular point warned. They're a tornado warned storm moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. And so we have been on the air now for really about 45 minutes for this exact single tornado warning that has kind of been added on to and taken away from for the past 45 minutes and still going. And so these are the evenings that you kind of have to really kind of stay very closely aware of your surroundings and the weather that may be outside your window or wherever it is that you're driving to. That is the area that we are very cautious about and wanting to make sure that we are looking at these situations and providing as best information as we possibly can to kind of let everybody know and give them as best of a heads up as we are able to give as of this point. So there is a lot there that's going on. There's a lot there that we're monitoring. There's a lot there that we're trying to take in and make sure that we give you the very best information that we can. And just to kind of see that rotation, and again, these spotters are keeping a watchful eye on it, which is wonderful. It's a great thing to have visual eyes on what they're looking at. I am curious. This is basically a hollow spot, and when you place it into 3D like that, sometimes you are, if the tornado is definitely on the ground and large enough, you can actually see those types of things, and you can actually keep track of those types of things. So just so much there that we've got. If you're just joining us, hi, my name is Matt, and we are on Show Me Live currently, and we are moving off with a tornado warning that has made its way from basically Donovan and Naylor on into Butler County. We're going to have to wait and see if they extend that tornado warning toward Puxico. For those of you in the Puxico area, a heads up as of this point to kind of see exactly what's going on. This is Stoddard County EMA as well, and so they've got it pointed off in a good direction there to kind of see what's going on, but there's just a lot of lightning where they are right now. But the actual area of rotation, at least as of the last radar sweep here, it's not quite there yet. So that's the area that we are looking at, and in making sure that we are taking care of you guys and keeping you informed of exactly what's going on. And to make sure that we have everything in play there that we can give to you, so that there's just a lot there. So I want to make sure we've got our rapid sweep on, and we do. And so it's just kind of, and there is the latest. It's less than 60 seconds old. Let me go back to Puxico here. Let's see if we see. Oh, there we go. It got dark really quick there for just a moment. And so we've got some stuff going on there. With everything and all of this stuff that's kind of taking place there, you got a lot of stuff that's taking place there all the way through. And this is from the Stoddard County EMA. There is no warning yet for Stoddard County, but as of right now, we are looking at all of that, and we have a thunderstorm warning. It looks like at this particular point, they are going to, well, you can see a lot of stuff going on there from the Stoddard County Emergency Management Authority. That's where we want to make sure. This is a thunderstorm warning for Bollinger, Wayne, Butler, and Stoddard County in southeast Missouri until 7:30 this evening. A severe thunderstorm was located over Wapapello or near Lake Wapapello State Park, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and $50 size hail are a possibility. Radar indicated as of this point. So we're monitoring this. We're looking it over. We're looking it through. And it does appear as of this moment that they are going to replace, because they have it kind of overlaid over a portion of the tornado warning itself. But there is that chance that they may reissue a tornado warning inside the box. So we're going to keep it here just a little while longer. And boy, that camera is really looking pretty ominous there, that you can see different aspects. A lot of lightning, a lot of thunder obviously there. I'm going to move this off to the side. We're going to keep it on there. This is that thunderstorm warning I was verbally telling you about. If you're watching us on Facebook and other aspects there, the YouTube channel, all the different aspects that we're able to broadcast from, that's what we're looking at. That remain alert for possible tornado. They can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. So that is the reminder from the Weather Service right along something we were just basically saying along those same lines. So not seeing a huge amount of rotation as of right now, and not seeing anything as of this storm that it continues to develop and move itself on through. That's where we are right now in with regard to everything. So as the tornado warning itself, we do, as of this moment, we don't have any indication that would indicate that they are going to extend it, but that doesn't mean that they won't by any stretch of the imagination. It's just really tough to see the different types of rotation within the radars right now because of the location of the storm and then the location of the radars that are trying to read it. So we're trying very hard to make sure that we give you the very best information that we can as it continues to make its way toward, let's say, Scott City, Cape Girardeau, Zalma. It's getting closer and closer to radar sites, and it makes it easier to see. The radar can see it a lot easier in this regard. So for right now, we don't see an extension. There we go. I was going to say, it's not letting me take off the other thing. We've seen the tornado warning now that has been dropped officially by the Weather Service. As of this particular point, Stoddard County Emergency Management Authority, they are providing a camera there in a certain area. And so you're just kind of seeing these little clouds moving through, and they do look a little ominous, a little scary. Right now, as of this moment anyway, nothing there that is providing any kind of a major shift in rotation that would warrant a tornado warning. Again, I could say that, take a breath, and then suddenly we've got a tornado warning that's issued from this storm. So what I'm basically saying at this point is not anything there that is something that we are going to tune out of at this particular point. So, all right, for those of you in Puxico, basically where this camera is at, Stoddard County EMA, that is the storm that's moving through. Not seeing huge amount of wind gusts, 5, 10, 15 miles an hour, and this is where that camera is currently located in relation to the storm. So if we were going to see a huge amount of winds right there, it would probably be more up towards Z Highway and D Highway and around the Wapapello area and Lake Wapapello and off to the south from there. In places like Dale and Cobb and Star along Highway T, zooming in just a little bit more there. See if we can get any additional highways on there. Yeah, County Road 517. Sometimes you got to zoom in really, really tight there to kind of figure out what's going on. That's basically what we're seeing right now, and we're going to keep monitoring that. I can't overstate the threat of floods, and so even through here, the flood advisories that are in place for a couple more hours, almost 2 hours there, and here in Iron and Reynolds County, another hour and a half. Can't overstate the flood danger that we have right now in and around the area. If you are, and we're looking at multiple rounds here, so basically from right here through outside our area and on into and beyond, there could be, according to the Weather Service, an additional 8 to 10 inches of rain and beyond. This goes beyond the area that I've drawn out, an additional 8 to 10 inches of rain versus what has already fallen. And that doesn't mean you folks in St. Francis, Washington, Iron, and Reynolds get to get out of it. No, you're still looking at several more inches as a possibility as well. And so that is certainly something that we are conscious of as we go out and about. Right, what you're seeing here right now is a culmination of multiple radar sites. We do have, again, those thunderstorm warnings, and we have the flood advisories taking in place right now, and we have potentially more weather on the way outside of our coverage area. We have another tornado warning in northern Arkansas, and if this continues, it could become a problem for Poplar Bluff and that area again. So we will monitor that. As of right now, as of this particular point, what we're going to do is toss things back to regular programming. And for those of you who are watching us on the stream, we're going to leave the radar up for now. If you see another tornado warning that forms, well, we're gonna obviously break in. We're going to start talking about it within seconds after that warning is issued. So we're just going to basically leave it to where that you're able to see kind of things on our live streams, our video streams everywhere, YouTube, Facebook, and all of that. There just won't be any sound to go with it. For those of you on Show Me Live, I'm Matt McLean, and we're going to rejoin regularly scheduled programming already in progress. All right, back here on the actual Facebook Live and YouTube channel and whatnot. That's basically what we've got going on. We're going to just more or less keep this on a simple approach there. What I mean by that is I'm going to flip it back over to a more sensitive situation there, a single site radar, and we're just going to let the storms kind of be there. And again, I'm monitoring very carefully. So tune back in every little bit take a look. If you hear us talking and you hear some audio, well, then you know that we've got some stuff going on. But if you see one of these red boxes that starts flashing, it may take us a few seconds to quickly flip up the volume and start talking again, but we are certainly going to start covering that very cautiously and keeping you informed of everything that's going on. But for right now, my name is Matt. We're going to really tune the audio side off and just kind of keep it focused right here, let you see everything as it is making its way throughout the area. And like I said, if we need to break back in on the audio side, we will do that in a moment's notice. We have no problem in doing that this evening. So for right now, just keep an eye on that. Check back often, and we'll, of course, provide updates as they are warranted.
This is a severe weather alert from Show Me Live.
And good evening, Matt McClain here with you once again on Show Me Live. We do have now another tornado warning that has been issued. And this is for Bollinger, northwestern Scott, east central Wayne, southwestern Cape Girardeau County, and north central Stoddard County until 8 p.m. So this is actually quite a lengthy period of time for a tornado warning to kind of exist at this point. And that is indicative of kind of how the motion and how quickly this particular storm is moving. Moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. This is radar indicated rotation, but here's the other aspect. Baseball size hail is also being seen by the radar at this point. So let's zoom on in. This is kind of that storm that has once again cycled and regenerated, and now it's gaining strength all over again. This is the same storm essentially that provided the warnings and tornado warnings for Poplar Bluff and places like Donovan, Ripley County, I should say, and Butler County within the past hour or so. And now we have an additional tornado warning that we are taking a watchful eye on. Let me see if I can get into any kind of relatively smooth. We've been having some data delay issues when it comes to the different areas that we're looking at here. I'm really not seeing a whole lot of rotation. Let me rephrase what I'm saying. I'm not seeing a whole lot of information that is current. Take that back. Found one. Let me put that one up on the site here for just a moment for you all to see, and go ahead and make that. This is actually just about 2 minutes old, so this is going to give us our best case scenario of kind of what we've got going on. And again, what you kind of see is this area here where the wind is actually moving against one another or spiraling in a circle. So every time it takes a slice, this will look a little bit differently there and make its way on and about there. So let me put this into motion here and see kind of what we've got going on. So you can kind of see as it was moving through Poplar Bluff, we had high winds, we had a potential rotation there, and now it's actually showing a little bit more organization when it comes to some of that. Here's what there's an awful lot of cloud to ground lightning. I'm going to take that off so that we can kind of see a little bit better, and that's just within 5 minutes. So there is an awful lot of cloud to ground lightning here that we are seeing right now. Now, for those of you in and around the Zalma area, Advance, Marble Hill, Delta, Chaffee and Gordonville, basically to Jackson at this point, just west of the city of Cape Girardeau. However, it's kind of like Paducah and Carbondale and whatnot. There's a little bit of a sprawl there. So you've got like the movie theater and other stuff on the other side of the interstate from everything. And that polygon warning for the tornado warning comes right up toward that area and kind of stops for now. So we are seeing some areas there. And this is actually a live camera view there of Advance is what we've got going on there as well. So definitely some ominous looking clouds, that is for sure. I'm just kind of spinning through all the different scenarios there and what the camera is showing. It's a limited view, obviously, as all cameras are. But we are seeing, I'm just going to kind of leave that off to the side. We are seeing some winds, 25 now, 24 miles an hour. A little bit of a spin up in the winds there. Let me move some things through here. I am thoroughly curious on a couple of avenues here on whether or not that is providing. Yeah, I mean, that's fairly close. 20, 25 miles an hour. And then the radar is seeing roughly close to the same, right over the same area. So that gives me a little bit more confidence in some of the returns that we're seeing right now. And we have these different areas that are showing some pretty high winds So there's a little bit of truth there. Now, the camera is not working out so well there, but now they're up to 30-mile-an-hour winds in the Advance area, back and forth. And again, that is as advertised in some of the stuff. These returns that we're showing on the screen, it's about 2 minutes or a little less old, so that is fairly accurate. So the key that I'm curious about is more or less we're seeing areas here that could potentially be a spot there, but ultimately it's a little bit tougher to see. And we just got a brand new update there. It's a little bit tougher to see on some of these things when it comes to the rotation. Let me get back over to storm velocity here. This is updating. For whatever reason, storm velocity is not, but the high-res velocity is. Storm velocity is a little bit easier to see things on the radar screen. But for right here, folks, in Advance, that is what we're looking at. At the very least, you're looking at some pretty strong winds moving through that area, if nothing else. That camera probably shaking a little bit in the winds. It's kind of off and on there for just a little bit there, but we are monitoring that. I'm also keeping a watchful eye right up here as well. Let me take a look at what that warning said here one more time. 7 miles west of Advance, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour, and that was just a few minutes ago at 7:09 and at 40 miles an hour. So basically at this point, west to east northeast, that's what it's moving through. This may be the area of concern that the Weather Service is saying, uh-oh, we've got to put out something there. But as you can see, it's not, as far as the wind returns, it's not showing anything huge. And so that's why I'm kind of leaning more in this kind of an area, because it is showing 60, 70 mile an hour winds as a potential possibility there. So that's why I'm kind of honing in on that. And in putting it into motion, that would also make a little bit more sense. So this, not really showing a whole lot. This, on the other hand, a very different story. So if the sensor, which this whole area here, the camera and even the wind speed measurements seem to be offline for right now. We're going to check back in with that here in just a little bit, see if it restarts itself. But whatever the case may be, we are looking at something that can be pretty scary there. So let me look at some hail. If we're looking at that size of hail, then we've most definitely got a problem. So let's take a look at even that area that you've got, that basically you're talking about a large area of hail as well. And that may be a part of the issue if you've got things pelting on that, and you're kind of looking out and about. It looks like some of the returns are possibly moving through there. The camera's still offline, but as of this particular point, we did see a little bit of a tweak there. We'll keep a watchful eye on that. But yeah, there's definitely some hail going on as well on that. And it is way, way up in the atmosphere that you're looking at here. That is a very large hail core. Now I see kind of why they are very concerned about baseball size hail. Makes all the sense in the world at this point whenever you've got all this stuff out and about. So let me move it back over here. This is about 90 seconds old. I do feel confident that what we're seeing right here, right now, 60, 70 mile an hour winds being reported by the radar, and then you've got a reversal, and then you've kind of got a lull in between the radar. That's basically what you're looking at. It's a little loosely based. It's not anything to write home about with regard to all that, but it doesn't take a textbook perfect situation before you've got a tornado on the ground. Not everything has to look identical. In fact, nothing usually ever does. So at least the service itself is pulling off that sensor is giving some information, and it is showing now it's back online, showing some 34 mile an hour winds, and also So that's actually, at least the sensor is now back operational. 40-mile-an-hour winds at this point at that particular sensor there. And again, that baseball size hail as well. It's just that is actually the area. 40-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, I mean that's what the sensitive system is. So just off to the north and west of the camera, and that location there is where it is showing basically that 67, 60 mile plus per hour winds there. A little circular area there. That is the area that I think we're going to look at and say we're concerned about it. Things are a little bit different tonight with regard to some of this stuff. And we are looking at storms in a very different way with regard to the information. The high-res velocity, I think, is going to be our friend tonight. Let me see if I can get a base velocity going on there on a different screen here that I'm looking at. Excuse me, and I can. And we are seeing, again, that basically like a 60-mile-an-hour area there of stuff. So you are seeing, as of last check, it looks like that sensor has gone back out again. No surprise there, but you are seeing 40 and 40-mile-an-hour winds. Nothing too crazy. It's just that when you see that rotation like that, that's where you have to take it seriously. And then you have this lull in between where you have rotation, winds moving in one direction, winds moving in another direction, and then you've got a spot in between, and that's where the area of concern that you're really wanting to be cautious about and try to figure out what in the world is going on. That's it. We're also coming upon darkness as well, and you can see the shades on the back of the screen there. Things are kind of changing out and about. And darkness is beginning to descend on the area as well. So this is very quickly, this little line here that you're going to see slowly move, that is actually darkness kicking in. We've got the light and dark mode set up on the radar. So there you go. There's another spot. The sun is setting, and that's what's going on. And so that's what you're seeing there. It looks like that sensor has gone down again. I'm going to try one more time, and that is basically the extent of the sensor or the available readings. And I'm still not seeing anything beyond when it was basically a 40-mile-an-hour gust. All right, so there is the latest return. It has made its way past that camera area there, and it is basically, as of 30, 40 seconds ago, more or less, right on top of Advance as of at least some high winds, at the very least some high winds. But we obviously have a spin up in the atmosphere that's creating some rotation here of some sort. It's very loosely defined. It's not super tight where you can easily spot it out. And so that's the area that we're going to be monitoring super carefully right now. I'm going to see if I can get any other areas there. Give me anything. Any radar site that can see this storm. Let me try St. Louis here and see if that one is going to give me any other information. Nope, we're just too far from that one. I wonder if the Fort Campbell radar, I'm going to go look over there, and I think that one's probably too far away. It is basically too far away. And then let me try the Memphis side again. I'm on a different site here. Not a different site, but a different screen that you all can't see. And basically, we are with the Paducah radar. It's just taking its time in updating on something that's a little bit easier to digest on the screen as itself. So let me flip back over here, and this is kind of what we're looking at. 7:23. That's less than 2 minutes old. So basically, what is right there is now pretty much right in this area. Taking that off. Let's see if this is functional again, see if it's working. It unfortunately does not look like it is online as of this point. So the sensor, the data itself, it seems to have hit a snag of some sort. Now, what that snag is, that's what I was afraid of. A trained spotter, tornado reported on Highway 91, a trained spotter. So we do have something on the ground that was reported a handful of minutes ago. So this is now a confirmed observed tornado on the ground as of this point. Damaging tornado, baseball size hail. Weather spotters confirming a tornado along Highway 91 in Advance. And so if you are in Delta, Leopold, Chaffee, Gordonville, Dutchtown, Jackson, even though that you're just outside, that is a very distinct possibility that they are going to extend that just a little bit. So here's what we've got. That's what I was afraid. You get scared a little, or you don't get scared, you get a little concerned. You don't want to over scare people. You don't want to sit there and start talking about what you think, but you kind of hone in on it and you look at it. You know what you're seeing, and you want to get people weather aware, but you don't want to frighten people. And so we try to be cautious about that. But once you get a confirmation of a storm on the ground, basically all of that's going to go out the window at that point, because now if you're in the path of this storm, a little fear is a healthy thing. It's going to help you get into areas of safety at this point. So right along Highway 91 is where that tornado was at in Advance. So I am not a bit surprised to see that this weather sensor is now offline. That is lining up with what we were seeing. So if you happen to be in Delta, Whitewater, Allenville, in around this area, let's see, 725. Let me put a storm pattern on this here, a storm path moving off to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. It's just as sure as the world as I put a storm tracker on there. There it is. To the northeast, 45. Let's see what we've got. We've got basically Allenville. It's more or less on top of you. You for the most part, you've got seconds. So seek shelter right away. Dutchtown, 13 minutes. Gordonville, 14 minutes. Cape Girardeau itself, 21 minutes. But you've also got, again, the Weather Service is saying Jackson, so we're going to pay close attention to that and just basically say that this is the area of concern. Let me put this into motion here very quickly. And you can kind of see where basically almost that's more or less what we're talking about here. So let me make sure that we've got this in here right now. Gordonville, Allenville, and Whitewater, it's sitting on you. You're basically almost out of time. You've got seconds. You've got Gordonville. You've got 14 minutes, 19 minutes for Jackson, 20 minutes for Cape Girardeau, for portions of Cape Girardeau. And right now at this particular point, this is an area of concern. Let me get rid of that. I want you to see here. This is what we're looking at. This is less than 2 minutes old. And I'm going to see if I can flip back over to high res. And that is basically what we're seeing right around in that area. This could potentially be a rain wrap tornado. And then we'll obviously keep an eye on that as well. But for this purpose right here, that's the main area of concern. And I'm going to go right on back over to high res velocity so that we can kind of see what's going on there. You can see the difference. That's only about 20 seconds. Actually, that's a new update there. So let me see if we've got one for base velocity 2. It's in the process of updating right now. So we're going to let that do its thing and provide that information and kind of go from there on that. But we obviously have a situation where there is a tornado on the ground. And quite honestly, you can almost recognize it if you look carefully enough there, even on this high res velocity and those types of situations right now. That's basically what we're looking at. So it is an area of concern. It is an area, obviously, that there is a situation where there is a tornado confirmed on the ground. That is an old return, so we're going back to base velocity. Let me go over here. I want to keep a watchful eye on everything here. High res velocity. Yeah, that is very much in alignment with what we are seeing. They even pulled back a little bit on the tornado warning itself, the watch box itself. There is now, it's back to being a radar indicated tornado The storm has recently produced a tornado near Advance and could produce a tornado basically at any time. So there is still a very good size amount of rotation there. And so at that particular point, let me see if I can get Kyle Douglas here. Bear with me here for just a second, Kyle, and I'll get that information over to you for you to be able to jump on. There you go. Let me take a look there. And there you go right there for there. So basically what we're looking at is just an area of concern for sure. It has very recently produced a tornado, and that's kind of what we're looking at right now with this confirmation of a tornado on the ground just a few miles prior to that. With every statute sweep that goes through there, this is approaching 3 and 4 minutes old, and so I'm expecting another update here very shortly. So what we're looking at right now, Kyle, if you are there, if you are there and you are able to see your screen, we obviously have a report of a tornado on the ground, and even the marker there. We were actually watching, for those of you just joining us, we were actually watching the storm approach using a camera system from the Emergency Management Agency in and around the Advance area. Suddenly that camera went offline, and so that was an indicator. I didn't want to say it out loud. I was thinking it, but I didn't want to say it out loud, and that camera remains offline. So I think we probably, with the confirmation of a tornado on the ground and other aspects, we're seeing some situations develop there, and I'm really concerned for our friends in Jackson and Cape Girardeau and all points in between. Basically, Allenville and Delta and Whitewater, you're out of time. Dutchtown, Cedar Cliffs, and Gordonville, and I believe it's pronounced Hulk or Hulk. It is in and around this area. So, Kyle, please intervene and tell me kind of your thoughts on all this as well.
Well, I was reading the weather warning system down there, and then I was kind of watching through the Facebook Live. I hadn't jumped on yet this evening, but yeah, I have friends that live down there in Jackson, so I just texted them and told them, you might want to take cover just in case, because it looks like it's going right in between probably Cape Girardeau and Jackson. A lot of things down that way, and we've seen a lot of weather down there in the Doniphan, Poplar Bluff, Advance, Naylor. Cape Girardeau, of course, took a direct hit the other night from an EF1. So a lot of stuff going on down there, and I believe, if I understood correctly, this is the same one that kind of came up through
Poplar Bluff
just, probably 45 minutes ago or so?
Yep.
Or
yeah, that's what had us on the air to begin with, and certainly the area of concern. And this is, this is less than 2 minutes old, this particular velocity. And I'm keeping it on the velocity for those of you just joining us, and we're kind of morphing back and forth with a lot of our numbers as well, with folks tuning in and tuning away, because understandably the tornado and the severe weather is moving over brand new real estate and territory the whole time. And so for those of you just joining us, this is a high-res velocity. It is not a radar return like rain, but rather for wind. And so when you see the red in different areas, that means that the wind is blowing in one direction from the radar, and the greens are a different direction. And then right in between, you kind of got some rotation. And I got to tell you, that just really looks pretty ominous. We've had that
nasty
confirmed.
looking.
It is very nasty looking, no question. For those of you in Dutchtown and Cedar Cliffs, you're about out of time. In fact, at 7:34, at 60 seconds old, you've got seconds. Gordonville, in and around that area, basically along State Highway 25 between Dutchtown and Gordonville. If you are driving through that area and listening to us by way of our app, if you have not left Gordonville yet, don't. Let this storm blow through. That's kind of what we've got going on right now. This tornado warning does remain in effect until 8 o'clock. And just like Kyle was saying, definitely looks like it's just going to go right in between. And I mean, second set of eyes here, Kyle. Am I focused on the wrong thing here that I'm circling?
No, I believe that's going to be pretty close to where that would be at. And boy, poor old Delta, they just got hit too. As a matter of fact, had, I believe it was at least one fatality, if not more. I haven't seen an update on that, but Delta and Cape both took direct shots last night, or I believe it was 2 nights ago. And well, they're just getting it once again. So
Yeah.
I believe that would be a good spot for your rotation location. I'm not sure if they've given an update exactly. I know they said a train spotter saw it on the ground.
Back in
And-
Advance along Highway 91 there. It just
And these-
says, yeah,
And these can.
hop, skip,
There's
and jump.
the crazy thing is about tornadoes, you just don't know how long they're going to be on the ground. They can be on the ground for 5 minutes, or they could be on there for 25 minutes. The one that hit Potosi the other day, that EF3 that went buzzing through there, that was on the ground for a good 22 something miles.
Yeah, it
And-
was.
And that's, and it went through fast. It wasn't just, traveling along the highway like you would in a car. I mean, that sucker was moving faster than what you drive a car when it went through. So it can be on the ground for quite some time and cover a lot of ground, and sometimes they can go back up and then dip back down. They're just so unpredictable. So definitely with that kind of instability on the ground in the history of this storm to produce funnel clouds and on the ground tornadoes, I would certainly seek shelter. If you're in the obviously if you're in Delta now, it's right pretty much right on top of you, it looks like.
Yeah, that's the key that we're really paying close attention to there, obviously. And these returns are just, I mean, you can just almost pick it out, and it's a really scary thing at this point for those of you in the Cape Girardeau and Jackson area. It's I mean, here we are now, we've approached nighttime, and so that's the area that you're not going to be able to see it unless you see it within a flash of lightning. And there's a lot of lightning with this, so it is possible. But the key of the matter is this: what we're looking at right now is a situation where Kyle is looking at this, I'm looking at this, and so the key of the matter is this may be heading straight for again. Wednesday night, Cape Girardeau had a tornado going right through the downtown area of Cape Girardeau. Our friends at KFVS 12 seeking shelter really for the first time in my memory into their basement. And sure enough, that thing went right over very close to it. And here we are yet again, a situation at hand where we have another potential tornado that has very recently been on the ground, and we may end up seeing another situation. I just it's baffling at what we are seeing right now.
Well, we were talking the other night, that storm that went through very close to you down there in Paducah, when it was like spawning finger-like structures on the radar, and that eventually what we termed it into a leg. I've never seen these kind of returns or these type of formations like this before. We even had a tornado, I believe, on the backside of a storm. Normally we see them on the front, on the the gust front side of it. We saw one on the backside of a storm the other night.
Yeah,
These are just crazy.
They are very much very, very, very odd, and I don't really know how else to describe it beyond that. It's just an odd situation. It is not something that we normally see at this point. And I'm looking, kind of monitoring kind of what's going on with our friends there at KFVS 12 and other media outlets to kind of see what's going on. We don't obviously have the broadcast permission to get them on the air. We wouldn't do that. That's their job to obviously put that through there in and around and about. But so far, they are not taking shelter like they did the other night. But I'm telling you, this thing is moving. It is an area of concern, and certainly something that bears watching right now. Let me quickly throw this over on just the radar returns itself. And basically what you're kind of seeing there is something somewhat similar, and they've expanded the tornado warning just now. Let's take a look at this. Tornado warning has just been expanded And Kyle, I think we're spot on with what we're seeing there and what we're kind of identifying, because if you look at even the next polygon warning, they've slimmed it down, and now it looks like Cape Girardeau. So for Union, Alexander in Illinois, Scott and Cape Girardeau counties in Missouri until 8:30. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Dutchtown or near Chaffee, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So near Chaffee and Dutchtown, well, I mean, that's this area that if I flip it back over and look at that base velocity, Dutchtown, I mean, it takes a second or two for these updates to get out by the National Weather Service and propagate. So 40 miles an hour from Dutchtown to Chaffee, that's basically what you're looking at right there.
Well, if you're on I-55 mile marker between Jackson and Cape Girardeau, so that'd be mile marker 105 down to about mile marker 95.
95, yes.
I would, and around the Kings Highway area, I would even include the campus of Southeast Missouri State, SEMO.
Definitely.
I would be seeking shelter right now, or getting somewhere safe, because that even if it's not on the ground, it can still be up in the air rotating. It could come back down at any given time. So I noticed they didn't say that it was on the ground this time, but that doesn't mean it's not there. I mean, it could be like ping-ponging or bouncing up and down up and off the ground. So
yeah, the key is, what we're seeing here. I really wish, I'm going to off screen here on a different thing. I'm going to do a different velocity and see if it's catching up at all. We're really running into some lag time tonight. I just think the machines are all tired from days and days and days worth of nothing but severe weather.
I can relate to that a little bit.
Yeah, I think we all can at this point. Nobody's getting any great sleep at this moment. But this is right now, let's see, 7:40, that's about 3 minutes old. We should be getting an updated sweep here momentarily. And yeah, this thing is just as nasty on the screen. There's the update right there, 7:42:49. You're about 60 seconds old. And that's it. One of two things has to be happening here. It's not showing back as a huge amount of wind, at least not from this vantage point. 40, 50 mile an hour winds. Now, granted, 50 mile an hour wind it's going to get your attention if it hits the side of the building that you're in, especially a wood built building for sure. But it's there's got to be something there. For the Weather Service to be concerned enough to extend that tornado warning through basically the city of Cape Girardeau yet again.
Yeah, I would agree. It doesn't necessarily have to be a massive amount on the radar gun or on the radar gun for speed, shall we say. There can still be rotation up there. It may have weakened somewhat. I didn't see exactly what the wind speeds were when you were going through there, but all it takes is just a little bit of vertical rotation and a come down, and that can tighten up again real fast. We know this one here has strengthened, it's weakened, and then it's re-strengthened itself again. And I mean, it could be weakening just a little bit, and we hope that it is. And hopefully, if it is still rotating, it's moved up into the clouds and it'll just stay up there.
Yeah, certainly a hope there. I'm just on a dime. No, we're too far away from St. Louis to be able to get any kind of velocity on there, and I bet you the bottom dollar we're probably too far from the Memphis site. It's showing a little bit of rotation there, but it's so far away. I just think our best bet is to stick with the Paducah site right here. Even though, and for those of you watching, I know those of you listening, understandably, you're not seeing everything that we're clicking on and whatever the case may be. For those of you watching, on the other hand, you're like, well, that was a different color. That was a different color. It's because of the direction of the perspective of where that radar is located versus what the wind movement is flowing to or from that radar. That's why you're seeing different colors from different radars. So we're going to stick with Paducah for right now. It's really providing us with the best option, albeit a slight delay than what we're usually getting from really all of these things. taking a look here. Bear with me. I'm looking. Radar indicated inch hail, 741. We're still looking at that, and it's still basically showing that we don't have any more confirmation of any additional. Keeping in mind it's dark, so even trained weather spotters, now you all know what to look for, understandably, and there's a lot of lightning in with this storm, an awful lot of lightning, but it's still, nighttime doesn't exactly provide the easiest situation there to be able to see anything. This is just 5 minutes worth of lightning, cloud to ground lightning right there. I'm going to zoom in, all of that in 5 minutes. That's what the radar has picked up on. There is an awful lot of lightning going on there. I'm going to flip it over to just a single 60 seconds, and you're still looking at multiple bolts of lightning in every different direction.
Well, I wish I'd have had that available to me earlier today. I was trying to get some decent video for you guys because, man, I'd say a good 3 or 4 bolts hit what looked like it was right outside my door today. So that would have been interesting to see about 5:30 or so whenever I was out there kind of looking. When it started getting that close, I came inside and was just kind of watching from a window. So
don't blame you there. Lightning is never fun to mess with, that's for sure.
Yeah, I've been close to it before. I've been close enough to where it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up, and that was close enough for me. So.
Yep, that'll get you. Well, I tell you what, I put it on some base velocity here. That is approximately 2 minutes old. It's a little bit easier with the naked eye to kind of see this area of rotation that they're kind of talking about here. And the way that the radar is possibly slicing through, it's trying to pick up on some of the wind on either side of what could be that rotation. We have a brand new, less than 60 seconds old, and sure enough, you're getting the same situation there. You've got this area of rotation right here, and folks, that is less than 60 seconds old. So if you're on the west side of I-55 in Cape Girardeau, sitting on top of you, basically at this point, you're out of time. The movie theater and all the dealerships and some fast food restaurants, Walmart, Sam's Club, all of that on the west side of I-55, you're out of time at this point. So for those of you on the east side, if you haven't taken shelter, do it, and do it now, because you've only got a few minutes maximum, depending upon where you are in Cape Girardeau, the city itself. So it's running slowly out of time at this point. Let me go ahead and turn that off to where I can actually start getting a little bit more control here. And Kyle, welcome your thoughts and observations on all of this, because this is, is it an exact science for an exact perfect circle on the map that sometimes tornadoes? No. But is there rotation? Arguably, I'd say definitely.
I'd say there's a good chance of it. And just the fact that it's been known to produce a tornado on the ground would be enough for me. The fact, well, if you're under a tornado warning, I don't care how close it is, you need to be weather aware and be prepared to go down below. I know we've had, I discussed with somebody, what night was that? Wednesday night, that there was a tornado warning for St. Francis County, but the sirens in Park Hills never went off. Well, that's because Park Hills was never actually in that warning polygon, so they didn't sound the sirens. Now, they used to do that. If your county came under a tornado warning whatsoever, whether it was going to be way down south or way up north of Park Hills, they sounded the sirens anyway. They've been able to become so accurate with a lot of this technology and kind of predicting where this is all going to go. They're not going to sound the sirens unless they absolutely have to. So I would say if you're in Cape Girardeau, I would imagine the sirens have gone off. If they haven't, they probably will be any time now. And if you hear those sirens, you better seek shelter and take cover immediately. I can't stress that enough.
Absolutely. We do have a thunderstorm warning that's just been issued for Bollinger, Wayne, Butler, and Stoddard counties until 8:30, 7:48 p.m., about 3 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Grassy to Puxico to near Poplar Bluff, moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. What that basically means, you poor folks in Advance, for example, that just had a confirmed tornado on the ground and basically, I'm going to argue, knocked your camera and sensor offline. At this particular point, you're under the gun again. So just minutes after a apparent tornado blew through, you've got this going on all over again. We also have a brand new thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Carter and Ripley counties, and that is in effect moving to the east at 30 miles an hour until 8 p.m. That one is under effect. So we got a lot of busy stuff going on. We still have our flood advisories even in effect for places like Farmington and Potosi and Caledonia and Iron County and Reynolds County, all of St. Genevieve County, this flood advisory with rain happening all the way through. So
I had a gentleman who I work with. He lives in the Belgrade area, and a friend called him needing some help. He had run out of gas over here in St. Francis County, but he can't get to him because he can't get through Belgrade because there's water over C Highway. So,
yep.
and it wasn't from any of the creeks that run through. It was raining so hard over there. It was coming off of driveways and hills, and it has basically flooded the roadways out over there. Big River was already on the rise. So I'd say within the next several hours, all those small streams and the big creeks and even the places like Big River, Flat River Creek that runs through Park Hills, they're going to be rolling pretty good here before too long if they aren't already.
Well, you mentioned C Highway. You've got Cub Creek just west of Belgrade there that will take C Highway under for several miles as well. So
I learned today that's what you call that little creek that runs right through there. I was not aware of that until today when Mr. Yunt told me that.
Yep, that is a spring-fed creek. Comes off of Trace Creek there. I can give you all kinds of background on all of that, but it is a beautiful stream until it's not. Until it's not. It can become a ferocious situation and flood a whole lot of stuff. Indian Creek as well as there's all kinds of streams out along that area that can create some problems. But we do still have, interestingly enough, we've got this tornado warning. Radar indicated, and this is in effect until 8 o'clock for Bollinger, Scott, southwestern Cape Girardeau, northeastern Stoddard County until 8 o'clock. And then we have a secondary. Oh, we've got a confirmation. Confirmed tornado located near Gordonville about a minute and a half ago, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. And that adds up to where I think Channel 12, their folks have once again taken shelter. 7:52 p.m., a confirmed tornado located near Gordonville, moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. Tornado in ping pong ball sized hail. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado near Gordonville. Take shelter now is the observation of what's going on there. So this is what we're looking at. This is going to go right across the campus of the northern parts of the campus at bare minimum. And yes, right across downtown Cape Girardeau as we speak. I do think our friends at KFES 12 have once again sought shelter, as well they should, into their basement and continuing to broadcast as best as they can. I've had to do that here twice in the past 2 weeks where I'm currently located as well. And on Wednesday night, I had one go right over the top of my location. And 20 seconds later, it was on the ground and confirmed by weather spotters. So listen, this is not something to take lightly. It is not. I know we're all getting weary. This has been going on for days. We've got another day or two left, and I understand that. But that's not okay to just kind of become immune to it. It really is something to take very, very seriously, please. If you are in the Cape Girardeau area, this is right over the city of Cape Girardeau, currently moving rapidly toward downtown. I just trying to figure out, let me see if I can get one more aspect here. Let me take a look at this. Now let me take a look at base velocity. Ooh, yeah. I mean, you're looking right at it. The different color scheme there, and that is about 10 minutes old. So we're going to get rid of that. It's just running on a delay. So this is what you're looking at, folks. Right now, you've got an active tornado on the ground. It's tough to pick out on radar. Not going to lie. Even if you put it on the other aspects, just basically all of this, where is it, right? This is not an easy situation to be able to see. If you go back over to the velocity and the rotation here, you're looking at a situation. Let me pull up this little placard here. Dutchtown, Cape Girardeau train spotters confirm a tornado heading toward Gordonville. At that point, that's what's going on there. So let's flip it back over to the velocity, and more or less 7:53. That's 3 minutes old. This is moving off an observed tornado northeast at 45 miles an hour. So within 3 minutes, another 90 seconds or so, and this thing's going to be outside of the city limits of Cape Girardeau and across the river into Illinois. So McClure and Reynoldsville, this is moving in your direction on State Highway 3. That's basically Alexander County for McClure. And then you've also got, forgive me there, I know this, Union County in southwest Illinois as well for Reynoldsville. We just got the latest update, and it is approximately 90 seconds old, and it's basically approaching the river. The new casino along the river bank there, more or less KFVS 12's attributes there is what you're looking at there, and their facilities all throughout the downtown area. And basically the SEMO campus as well is within and under the gun of what we can detect, this loose area of rotation. Kyle, to have a weather spotter confirming a tornado on the ground and to see returns like this, you kind of have to wonder, is the hail, is the heavy rain, is something else kind of interfering with the way the radar is slicing through this storm to see things? Because a tornado that's confirmed versus what you're seeing here, it's not super obvious.
No, it's not. It's trying to think of the word here that I could use. It's like you said, it's become very much more loose. It's not as compact as it was, I would say, 5-10 minutes ago. So hopefully it's weakening to the point, I would say, right there just to the north, right where you have your bullseye there. I would say down just a tad. I would say it's probably right in there. So that would probably put it right there, really close to Kings Highway, the SEMO campus. I would just guessing there. And so that's, I'm hoping the rotation has weakened enough where it's kind of dispersed itself a little bit, and maybe like you said, we're just kind of getting maybe echoes off of like hail or rain. I would say it's a very good possibility that if it is a tornado, it could even be rain wrapped.
We got a brand new tornado warning observed. Union, Jackson, and Cape Girardeau County, southwestern Union, southwestern Jackson County in Illinois, northeastern Cape Girardeau County, and southeastern Missouri. Confirmed tornado located near Jackson, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. This is in effect until 8:30. This is how unique, and I realize if you're in the path of this storm, you're saying you don't really care if it's unique, but look at the difference area here. It is so difficult to really ascertain. Our friends at Channel 12, for example, they are very much still in their shelter mode at this point, and they're not in a very intelligent way. They're practicing what they preach. They are taking the shelter that they need to take. So now we've got something near Jackson, which is a totally different a potential tornado than what was just confirmed around the Dutchtown area of Cape Girardeau. And so we have two active tornado warnings going on with the same storm. When is the last time here you've got this, and it's got to be this over here. And you have basically twin tornadoes going on right now, or radar indicated for at least one at this point, because like you said, it's gotten loose. Or is the way that the radar viewing it, trying to slice through it, not able to discern between one tornado and the other, and it's showing it as a big mess, when in all honesty, it may be two separate tornadoes going on the ground right now.
That would make a lot of sense, quite honestly. If you've got one on the southern end, we'll just call it the southern end, closer to Cape Girardeau, that one could be dissipating, and another new one could have formed or have been forming from that, so it may have even spawned from it, perhaps. I would be curious to know if that is the case, from the one that was near Jackson, it's probably already through Jackson by now.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find any other source that could give me anything current, any other radar source. Memphis is not. Everything seems to be on a little bit of a delay this evening, and we are not the only ones having trouble. I've noticed that some of our friends in the broadcast world and other outlets, they're having some of the same issues. So, like I said, it's just we're doing our very best. 60-mile-an-hour returns. That has to be it. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but. You've got the radar site right here in Paducah. That's the only one that's going to be able to provide any kind of relativity. And then it's slicing through here. It's detecting rotation. But then as it's interpreting it, it's seeing beyond that slice, it's seeing something else. And then it's returning. It's probably having difficulty, especially if they're what they say, ping pong ball size hail. I mean, if there's quarter size hail off of that tornado and $50 size hail off the other warning, and one is now back to radar indicated, the other is still showing observed. That has now basically made its way off. Have we made it across the state line yet? No. Neely's Landing, Egypt Mills, Oriel, and Moccasin Springs. And then eventually, those of you in the town of Ware, the small community of Ware there, that Highway 3 and Highway 146 in Illinois, this is going to really quickly cross over. Let's see, that's 8 o'clock. It's 3 minutes. It's probably crossing over the river right now. And it's going to go over the floodplain there, the farmland there between the river and Highway 3. And then it's going to be right on top of you folks in Ware. There's a cell phone tower and some other stuff there, some infrastructure that could sustain a little bit of damage there too. We're going to be cautious about. And then quite honestly, those of you in and around, have they just reissued at 8:01 a severe thunderstorm? Yeah, that remains in effect. So basically, for those of you even in Jonesboro, Illinois, and more toward that area, is still, you all are under a tornado warning from all of this. Alto Pass, Wolf Lake again, and then across into Missouri, Lovejoy and Hines Landing. Yeah, I mean, you're seeing what I'm seeing. I mean, it's just it's kind of really messy. Really messy returns right there, and that is a little less than four minutes old for that sweep that's gone through there. And it's basically, I'm really glad that our friends at the Weather Service are able to they've listen. You want to talk about experts? Those are experts, right? Those are the folks that, man, they are seriously trained on, it's their equipment. They can, spot a fly on whatever they want. They know what they're looking at exactly. And it's not that the rest of us don't have a general understanding of what they've got going on, but that's just a really big situation going on there. Apparently 2 different tornado warnings, potentially 2 different tornadoes, one that is still confirmed to be on the ground. And then, like I said, Bollinger, Wayne, Butler, and Stoddard County, 8:30 a thunderstorm until 8:30 a thunderstorm warning for you folks. You folks in advance, if you're able to listen to us, maybe you're streaming us by phone, you've lost power, because I am seeing some power outages pop up. Got a brand new thunderstorm warning. Those of you that just took shelter for your tornado warning in Cape Girardeau and Jackson are now under the gun again with a thunderstorm warning. Alexander, Bollinger, Scott, Cape Girardeau County, and Stoddard County until 8:45. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail, radar indicated, all the different towns there. So, yeah, there's just so much going on. Let me zoom out, make sure we're not missing anything here. I don't want to miss anything that we've got going on. We've got a really nasty looking storm there out of the tornado area. I do think, and I'm curious, now that this is basically in the process of making its way across the river and hitting those flatlands, if the radar from Paducah will start seeing things more clearly, potentially, we can hope, to where it'll start seeing things a little bit more clearly. I wonder, Kyle, it's so messy. This is 8:02 p.m. Wonder if we're talking here and here. That's That's two separate warnings. It's in two separate warning boxes, but those notches, it's either that or possibly there. But that it doesn't align to the velocity at that particular point if it's over that.
I'm not sure. I'm thinking closer down to where you work, almost where those boxes overlap.
Yeah.
Kind of see some lighter pinks and almost, I don't know if that's an orange or what that is. I would say that's probably a better indicator.
You know, the other question mark that I would have, and I've seen this happen, so have you. I think I remember you commenting on this. I have seen tornadoes. You know, tornadoes don't always have to go in a single straight line direction out on the inside of a storm. The question mark that I have, and I've seen plenty of storms and tornadoes, they literally kind of do to some degree, not every degree, but kind of whatever they want. I mean, there's some boundaries and some rules that tornadoes have to play by, but they can move around in a storm. I'm wondering if, and this is just a wonder here, if perhaps the observed tornado went ahead and moved further north into the storm, and because the radar is still showing some rotation, they have, out of an abundance of caution, but that may not be the case, issued that second radar indicated situation. I just saw the radar update. Let's see what we got.
I just got a text message from my father, who has a friend down there in Jackson. He said the tornado was near, when it went through Cape, it was by the Menards.
Okay. So that's actually one of the last exits before you get to the airport there along the Scott Cape Girardeau County line.
That puts it, I believe, south of the Walmart.
It's Highway 34, basically.
Yeah.
That the road that takes you across the river and into Illinois there, the bridge there.
Across the Emerson Bridge.
Yeah, the bridge that honestly was featured in the movie Gone Girl when they filmed it in Cape Girardeau prominently there. That's that bridge that he's talking about there in Menards. But the direction of the storm, maybe it was about Menards, right? But then we're moving off in a northeasterly direction, and the radar returns are agreeing very sincerely with that. I don't know. We've got two different areas here. This is the latest update. Here's one, and here's one. It may literally be twin tornadoes at this particular point.
Very well could be. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen that in weather before. As a matter of fact, I believe it was one down in Arkansas the other night that had the main body of a very large tornado, and it actually, you could see it on the video. I don't know if you saw that one or not, but you could see it as it was spinning through the dirt and the farmland. A second tornado kind of spun off of it and kind of formed very briefly, and everything. It's one of the most destructive and neatest things I've ever seen. Not to put too fine a point on that, and not to sound giddy, but I don't know how else to describe that when you're sitting there watching a massive wedge tornado come off, and then you see like a spawn tornado come off of it. It's just one of those things where you're just like, holy cow.
Yeah. There's a lot there. I don't feel terribly bad whenever I'm monitoring other media outlets at this point, and they're using their detection devices and stuff that you see, debris tracker, and they're having a difficulty. Basically, they're pondering over the same things we are right now. And trying to go, okay, well, spotters are confirming, radar is showing, the meteorologists in Paducah, which are issuing these warnings, are insisting that there are two, and I'm sure they're right. And then the rest of us are kind of looking around and going, how do we translate this to a broadcast scenario? Because what we're getting back on returns, at the very least, you're seeing some higher winds there. But 65 I saw there, 64. But it's really tough to figure out what you got going on beyond that. Let's see, that is from 8:04, so that's 6 minutes old. But it's still, even at 6 minutes old, which is basically now as it was exiting out of Missouri, it's still like one big area that you've kind of got going on there. But you do have one area of rotation that seems pretty clear on that. And then you've got another possible area right there. And that's This is not easy. Here comes what do we got here? We've got an 806, and yeah, I mean you've got some rotation going on there. We still got observed, and we've still got radar indicated. It's just doggone tough. And do you know, if you were only looking at the radar and had no idea what you were looking at, you would think that was just a regular April shower, a heavy one, but an April shower.
A heavy April shower.
But nevertheless, you wouldn't sit there and think there could be 2 tornadoes in that same little spot. It's tough.
I was going back and reading the warnings on another radar that I was using here. The warning system itself, it's the ones that were in both Jackson and Cape Girardeau. So they were saying one confirmed on the ground near Jackson, one confirmed over the city of Cape Girardeau. Those would have probably moved out, probably, like you said, probably across the river now, probably on State Highway 3 or roundabouts, I would say, or maybe even past that now.
Yeah. I mean, if the rotation, I mean, that's exactly what basically you folks in Ware and Wolf Lake, that's exactly what the key is there. Let me go back over to the velocity here and see. That is 804. So that's see, it's getting dated just a little bit there. And again, we're not the only ones having issues with this tonight. So I have to think that there is an equipment issue somewhere in the way that it's trying to transmit this information out. And what that is, I don't know. But we are not the only ones having difficulty getting up to the minute like we did on Wednesday, like we're basically supposed to. So we're doing our best. Everybody else seems to be doing their best. It's kind of one big broadcast family, so to speak. Everybody's trying to keep everybody informed and
where, Matt, we've got the radar up in St. Louis. We got the radar there in Paducah, and also I believe you said there's one down in Memphis. Where's the next closest one in Illinois, away from Paducah, like to the north there?
It's a good point. The Evansville might provide us with something. Now it's got the colors. For those of you watching, the colors are going to look a little bit differently there. Evansville. That's a good, and it's really got a lot of flat land there to kind of work with. It's not really showing much though. We're just so far away. Kind
of out of range there. I was just curious. I didn't know if they had one in like Carbondale or maybe Mount Vernon.
No, unfortunately, NexRads are, as you know, hard to come by, so to speak. Paducah, Fort Campbell, and Evansville is what the Paducah office takes care of and maintains. St. Louis only has one. Springfield only has one. Little Rock only has one. Memphis only has one. Nashville utilizes the Fort Campbell radar a lot, but they also have their own. But yeah, there's this area here that we really wish we had an extra. Basically, our coverage area. It would be nice if they could find a few extra bucks and throw in an extra radar, and see what we've got there. All right, that is 8:11, so that's 3 minutes old. Let me go back to Paducah here. 8:13. Here we go. 8:13. That's less than 60 seconds. High res velocity. This is now less than 60 seconds old. So you're kind of seeing possibly some rotation here or there, but I don't think that would make a whole lot of sense. And then you're seeing that, or you're seeing. Let me get my drawer back. Maybe possibly that.
I'd say where that pink and that green are meeting there by, I can't see, is that Wolf Lake?
Yeah. Then, you're talking right through there?
I would say that general vicinity. I'd say if there is any rotation, my guess would be right there. And there may be some down there in that little southern part just below where I believe that's...
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, coming up close to, what is that, Berryville, Jonesboro. I'd say you probably need to, they're probably under the gun right now.
Yeah, in fact, they just updated this. A tornado warning remains in effect until 8:30 for West Central Union and Eastern Cape Girardeau counties. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Ware or near Trail of Tears State Park, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is radar indicated. I think we also just got an updated on and it's still showing. Nope, that one's still from 7:58 p.m. So we might get an update here shortly. on that, and maybe they'll let us know on that if they're up in the process of updating. So basically, I mean, what you're saying right there is basically that, or they said Trail of Tears State Park. Hang on. Where is Trail of Tears State Park? I believe it is right around in through there, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that. Somewhere in that neighborhood. It's tough whenever you can't see exactly what's going on underneath the radar returns in and around that area. But yeah, I mean, that would make the most sense. And then you just got a lot of stuff going on, a lot of noise. It's really hard to figure out. I doubt that it's this. It's got to be this area. But look at how loose it's really. And they're still calling it. Okay, we're back to radar indicated for this upper one. Union, Jackson, and northeastern Cape Girardeau counties at 8:15. Well, now, isn't that unique? At 8:15, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Trail of Tears State Park, moving northeast at 40. Then you go to the other warning. It also references Trail of Tears State Park and where. We may have had a twin tornado situation.
I'd say it's very possible that it could have been that way. That lower one, the more southern one, it seems like once it hit Cape or maybe just got past Cape, it's really kind of starting to dissipate. There goes a sweep there. That might tell us a little more, but it could just be like you said, twin tornadoes, one on the northern edge of that storm and one on the southern end of it. That's kind of been spinning up, and it's not unusual. We've seen it happen before.
We definitely have. It's usually a little bit more easy to tell on the radar returns. By the way, we are getting reports of some flooding, and I'm not trying to take away from what's going on there. That's now based where I think we're fairly safe to say that these returns the rotation are safely into Illinois at this point. I think. I feel fairly confident in being able to say that. But we are seeing, by the way, some flooding even in Bonne Terre, basically out in front of where the Motel 6 and Circle K is at. The road is underwater. We are getting reports of flash flooding across portions of the area, and just plain old flooding across portions of the area as well. So we're not ignoring the flooding by any stretch, but one is a lot easier to spot than the other. Even at dark, your headlights are going to see a flooded roadway a lot easier than you're going to see a tornado in pitch black in a pitch black sky. So
one thing I want to make sure we stress with people is during flash flooding like this, it can happen. When we say flash flooding, it can happen in a flash. It doesn't take long at all, especially if you've got a stream that hasn't been totally cleaned out from winter or from past storms coming through. They can flood very quickly, and like you were just saying, the headlights will reflect the top of the water, and then all of a sudden you're driving in and you've got water up to your door. Yeah. So just people, be very, very careful when you're going out. If you're not sure, turn around. They say this, turn around, don't drown. I can't stress that enough. Every single time when we have flash flooding or we have one of these small back roads flood, it never fails. I'll see on Facebook pages where there's water rescue taking place because somebody drove into the water, into the water, and it got into their engine, overwhelmed it. Just be super careful, people. Know where your low water areas are, and if you're not sure, turn around, find a different route if you can, or just make sure before you drive through it, because that's the last thing we want to see is people get trapped. And then of course first responders have to put their lives on the line to try to help get you out, whether you meant to drive through there or not. So it's not just the people driving through it, it's the first responders have to go out in this, and it's still storming and lightning and thundering here. I mean, they will put their lives on the line in water with lightning popping all around them. And that's so many different dangerous factors out there. Just got to be careful with it.
Yeah, we do have a thunderstorm warning for Ripley County until 9 o'clock as well. So you folks in Doniphan, and this is moving off.
Getting it again.
Yeah, they're getting it again. And for you folks in Poplar Bluff, it's moving straight for you again. Folks in Advance, if you're listening to us, if your power's out and you're streaming your phone and you're listening to us on the Show Me Live app or watching us on Facebook or YouTube, our channel off YouTube or whatever the case may be, you now have a thunderstorm warning yet again over the top of you and more severe weather moving through. And that's the insult to the injury. You've got a tornado warning, confirmed tornado on the ground, does damage, whatever the case may be. And then the next thing you know, you've got the 1-2 punch. You've got the tornado that does all the damage. It moves on, and then all of a sudden, an hour later, you've got another severe storm warning over the top of you, and more severe weather. It really is the insult to the injury there for sure, all the way through. So we have a brand new thunderstorm warning with a considerable threat tag, 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is for Bollinger, Wayne, Butler, and Stoddard counties until 9 o'clock, and moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour, basically from Lake Wapapello State Park to 6 miles west of Culin, I believe is how that's pronounced. Help me if you know better. Moving to the northeast at 50, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and quarter-size hail. Definitely the possibility there. This is going to be it's going to be an interesting little bit of time here. Where is Culin at? I had it here, right. Help me out here just a moment. No, that one's really not going to show much. What about this one? Well, that's going to show you a whole lot of rain, but that's about it. Trying to look get some emergency management. That camera's out. Out and about. It is no longer functional at the moment. And then near Culin, there is the camera from Culin that actually I think we caught a tornado on the other day. And I'm fairly certain that we did live on the air. I don't know if it was Sunday or Wednesday. The days are all running together. But it grabbed my attention for sure. So basically, we've got a wall of storms at this point. I'm going to put this into motion. And take a look at what's going on here. Boy, I know we've got a lot of flooding. We got flooding in Washington, St. Francis, St. Genevieve, Iron, and Reynolds County. Got a lot of flooding where I'm sitting at as well, to be totally honest with you. But then we have basically these storms. Look at that. What do you think? Training? Pretty doggone close.
100% training. And what we mean by training is basically it's just like a train. The engine runs over you, then you got the train cars running over you, and eventually you get the caboose. But that looks like that's a very long track training of thunderstorms just kind of coming through, and you'll get some heavy rains, lightning, thunder, maybe some wind off of it. It'll take a break for 15, 20, 30 minutes maybe, depending upon how close and organized it is, and then it just runs right back over you again. So... And it dumps up fairly significant amount of rain on the area too. So
we have a Carter County. You folks have a particularly a flash flood emergency for Van Buren. For folks in Carter County, it's until 1:30 a.m. Emergency management reported thunderstorms producing heavy rain with water rescues ongoing in the Van Buren area. An additional 1 to 2 inches of rainfall are still possible, with flash flooding ongoing or expected again to begin shortly. Again, Van Buren, a particularly dangerous situation with a flash flood emergency that has just gone into play there. And we are still showing all this stuff. We have flash flood warnings now in effect for a good chunk of our area. Washington and St. Francis County, a flash flood warning in effect until 11:30. That was issued just a short time ago. For those of you in, this is a considerable threat tag for Iron and Reynolds County, a flash flood warning for Iron, Madison, and Reynolds County until 11:15 with a considerable threat tag. Doppler radar indicating and automated rain gauges indicating thunderstorms producing heavy rain between 1 and 3 inches with an additional 2 to 4 inches on its way. Life-threatening flash flooding thunderstorms. It's radar and automated, so they put a considerable threat tag there. St. Genevieve has a flash flood warning, a considerable threat tag there. St. Genevieve and eastern St. Francis County, that basically almost split the city of Farmington down the middle until about 11:30 p.m. An additional 2 to 4 inches of rain there. Kyle, we got a problem, and then all the way around, we've got some very serious rain and flash flooding. In fact, everywhere that you see things that are flashing, they flash. I have it programmed to flash for 60 seconds when a new flash flood warning is issued, and then just burn steady because it gets too populated and just crazy if you've got thunderstorms and tornadoes on top of it. So everything that you see here, for just a moment, which radar site am I using here? I'm actually on the multi-radar site. So I'm going to take this off. I'm going to take off. We know by now that the watches and the warnings are there, or the watches for thunderstorm and tornado are there. So I'm going to remove those off of the radar site at this point. And we're going to get down to anything that's under a warning, be it a flash flood warning, be it a thunderstorm warning, whatever. The tornado warnings have been allowed to expire, by the way, that we were talking about there.
That's good.
And then look at what you got. You got a flash flood. You got a flash flood warning even for the city of St. Louis. Oh no, I didn't mean to turn that back on. Let's shut that off, please. There we go. I was actually trying to highlight some things there. And then you have all of these other things going on as well. Let me take off the advisory. So for hydro, let me take off an advisory situation here because I really just want to see the flash flood warnings right now. I don't want to see river flood warnings, which we have plenty of those as well. This, for those of you just tuning in, if you see green on this map, that is a flash flood warning, which is a large portion of our coverage area, to be honest with you. Then we have a line of severe thunderstorms in the southern portions of our coverage area, ranging from Donovan through Poplar Bluff and Dexter, Scott City, Cape Girardeau, Jackson, on in toward Carbondale. And then even outside the coverage area, most of western Kentucky's under a flash flood warning. I got to tell you, it's been raining a lot everywhere, and we still have a long ways to go. So here's what I'm also going to do here. Give me just a second. Now that you've seen the alerts, I'm going to pull the alerts off just for a little bit there. Let's get rid of the flash flood warning. And then I'm going to get rid of the severe thunderstorm warning. And here's why. Because underneath this, we can see power outages. So the flooding is taking problems. Reynolds County's got about 400 customers without power. Iron County, close to 400. Bollinger County, 149. Wayne County, 179. Shannon County, 132. Oregon County, about 207. Over in Randolph, 2,088, so about 12% of their population without power. And Monroe County up in the metro area, or close to it. Yeah, Monroe County's metro. 297 out of 12,000 there. And that's what you've got going on, even with power outages, for crying out loud. Now, if you put in the radar again, the whole enchilada that you got going on, look, I'm going to zoom out as far as we need to. You have rain basically in the heart of Texas, deep in the heart of Texas, all the way, yeah, I said it the way I said it, all the way through the Ohio and the northern areas of Ohio, Indiana, and Michigan state line. And all of this is a part of all of that. So now let me take this off. Let's put it into motion. Let's see what we've got going on. The radar's weather service is saying 2 to 4 more inches of rain in the areas it's currently under a flash flood warning, which is a good chunk of the area. And look at that. You've got a serious situation that is developing, and you even have some spots. I can draw while this is going, I do believe. Yes. You got some spots that's trying to spin up on the back end. I mean, you got a whole area. I mean, this is absolutely crazy. We also have a brand new tornado warning I see. Let me zoom in here for just a moment. This is going Poplar Bluff again. Southeastern Carter, Ripley, and Butler County until 9:15. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 7 miles northwest of Doniphan, moving to the east at 40 miles an hour. Tornado and quarter-size hail, radar indicated rotation. Budapest, Doniphan, 8:35. That's 5 minutes. Milltown, 8:45, and Poplar Bluff, 8:55. All right, so let me take this off the regional radar and go on to a single site. Let's get this into Paducah so that we can kind of see what's going on here a little bit and get rid of all of that. No, I want Paducah. Thank you very much. And let's go. And boy, you can almost see a slightly better situation going on there. That's much easier to see. If Kyle, if you're still with me,
I am.
right about there.
I would say, yeah, right there in that little knot. Maybe I don't know what that blue is.
That's what because didn't the warning just say west of Doniphan?
Yeah, it did.
Let's find out again here. I'm going to push this off to the side so we can still see everything. At 8:29, so 2 minutes ago, 7 miles northwest of Doniphan. Okay, so it is.
That'd be that signature right.
Yeah, I'm gonna. It moved. I've got it set to auto move to different radars. So that's it's trying to pull out of Memphis, but I'm going back to the Paducah radar. That is so 7 miles northwest of Doniphan 4 minutes ago. Yeah, I mean it's this.
I would say that's the likely area there. Let's see, that's west of Poplar Bluff. Doniphan would be
Right here.
right about there. So yeah, that's about where it is.
Yeah, and that was about 4 minutes ago when they typed 7 miles northwest of Doniphan. So that would have been this area right here, and you know that's what we got going on. All right, so let's take a look at that. Unbelievable. Let's see what we've got going on here. And so again, folks, looking at a rain wrap situation, more or less, if there ever was one.
I said there's a fair amount of hail in with that as well, especially right there on the eastern part of that little, not sure, whatever that is there.
Yeah, that's from 8:19, but that hail that you're talking about, this is from 8:19, so 10 minutes ago, that storm, that's hail. So yeah, it's over here now, but yeah, that's exactly what you're talking about there. So we've got a rain-wrapped situation.
Usually for me, I can kind of tell it on a radar like that when you see that white in there. That's usually a good indication because that means it's even higher up than the red.
Yeah, let me get into current hail, and it's not giving me a time. Yeah, 8:30. Well, it's not going to show me what I need on the regional radar. So let's go back over here, and let me get over to Paducah, which we've got, and that's what we've got going on. So basically, we've got more or less a rain-wrapped situation. I think arguably a rain-wrapped potential tornado. Again, this is radar indicated, and an inch to quarter size hail going on. I think this is pulled out of it. It's flipped back over to the Memphis radar again. I'm trying to keep it on the Paducah because it seems to be hitting it pretty good as far as the returns. I don't think it would be this right here. I
don't think so.
I think that is probably the leading edge of the rotation, if you will, and the radar is showing that as basically an empty slot. So if we put this into motion,
there's definitely a little spin there. I don't know how well defined it is, but there's definitely some spin in there.
And how quickly is it moving? 40 miles an hour. All right. So stop that, Mr. Computer. We're going back to Paducah again. There we go. So we're going to say 40 miles an hour. That is a 2-minute-old return, moving to the northeast at 40. And here's what we've got. We've got Budapest 9 minutes, Milltown 17 minutes, and of course it just updates. Green Forest in about 28 minutes. Did I say 40 or 45 miles an hour?
You said 40.
All right, we're going to redo that again because it just updated. I want as fresh as we can get off of this. All right, so here we go, right there. Patterson Ford, 2 minutes. Basically, it's on top of you. Greenville Ford, 3 minutes. Budapest, 6 minutes. Milltown, 14 minutes. Green Forest 25 minutes, Cedar Valley 26, Shady Dell 27, Poplar Bluff you got 29 minutes, Hendrickson 30, Hilliard at 30, Wilby at 30, Rombauer in 41 minutes. So Poplar Bluff is the main population base there, but every life is sacred, and we certainly look at that in every aspect there. So let me go back over to base velocity here. And you almost think it's right there.
I would say if it's going to be anywhere, it'd be right there. But boy, that's
on the northern edge of that watch box.
it's not really all that well defined. I mean, it's shrunk. It looks like. Am I wrong in that?
No, basically tightened
Yeah.
is basically what we're talking about there. It's still showing radar indicated, but there's probably not a lot of. And there we flipped over to Memphis again. That's going to drive me bonkers. Although, for just a moment, no, Paducah's really got its radar is able to see it a lot better. Memphis, I think it's just too far away. But yeah, it basically has tightened up. It's either one of two areas. Again, tonight it's not. Some days are easier than others to really pick it out. 71 mile an hour winds. Now keep in mind, this is far away from the radar source. So you're looking at a couple thousand feet in the air, 3,000, 5,000 feet in the air. It's just the curvature of the earth and the distance from the radar. There's nothing that can be done about it. But even then, a couple thousand feet in the air, I mean, that's just unique. It's just showing, I mean, at the very least, there's some high winds coming back on these returns, at the very least.
I was going to say if it's not a tornado, you're going to be getting some pretty heavy straight line winds coming through, and that can sometimes almost feel like a tornado coming through there. So
no question,
it can definitely cause some damage to structures and trees, power lines.
Ooh, hang on. I think maybe they gave their stuff a swift kick, but we are starting to get returns back. It's returning more of a continual, the storm velocity, and because it was 15, 20 minutes, it was lagging. This is just a couple of minutes old. I think it's just really that rotation. It's either there, and I don't think it's here. I mean, that's, if it's there, then it just, take a look at this. If this were radar returns, you've got a little bit of it's almost like a little hook in the way that the winds are blowing. If you can visualize that a little bit, that's kind of what it almost looks like there. And there, yeah, look at that. Definitely that just almost sealed the deal there. This is less than a minute old, and this is indeed still showing radar indicated. Still showing radar indicated, and it really has tightened up there, basically around the Grandin area and near Budapest, right? So we mentioned that Halloran and Wilby. If that's going to hold true, now it's either that or the way that the radar is seeing it, the rotation might be further south. Rotation could, in theory, be this right here, and in theory, if it's on the ground, that could actually symbolize a touch of debris that's just off from the core of what. And I'm curious about that too, because of the way that this is circled. But boy, that's a huge area of rotation. I mean, if that's really the case, that's a very large area of rotation for sure. I mean, that's not small.
A massive area of rotation. We're talking what? I can't imagine mile or so, maybe even more of rotation there.
Yeah, I put it on what's called a coefficient, a correlation coefficient, a dual pole, trying to see if I can see anything else there. And there's just it's just so far away. Let me see if I can get back to storm relative velocity. Are we still on? We are still on. So basically, yeah, I mean, it's in agreement there all the way around. Back to this. I mean, Wow. If that, and then, wow. All right, so the radar has moved again. It's got a brand new update, and we're sitting here at 8:39. So 8:39 and 41 seconds here, and we're all digital stuff is a slight delay, but we're looking at basically less than 30 seconds ago, and so Kyle, I tell you, if this is the rotation, holy moly, that's a big deal. It's a very wide situation there. That's just so large. I can't. It's either the perspective is it's so large, or the tornado warning polygon is like a narrow.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if they've got a spotter maybe there around Poplar Bluff or in that area. I'd be curious to see if they're seeing anything or experiencing anything there, because that's just a really huge area.
Let's see if we've got a camera there that's basically, it's still too far away. It's not even showing much. And there's the brand new update, 8:41. Yeah, less than 15 seconds old, and on its timestamp. That's a heck of a. Not really anything there, but boy, there's some motorists there. What do you think about this? Right around in that area.
Well, we've kind of circled that little spot before. I believe that was that notch we looked at earlier. I would say
I would put my money on that more than this massive area.
The red and greens kind of marrying together there would, like right above that little flashing box, the little flashing yellow box there, right there. I would say, well, you can kind of see on that radar there's a little bit of a notch. It's not well defined, but
no, and the radar is actually slightly behind the storm velocity. Whatever they gave a swift kick to the velocity, they need to give a swift kick to the other and see if it'll start sending stuff in a more organized way.
I've got a message from the mayor of Park Hills, Stacy Easter. She has posted on her Facebook page that the streets are beginning to flood. Flatford Creek is now beginning to overflow its banks.
Oh,
so that's more than likely that's going to be down the Elvins area, right into the Park Hills, down by the high school, on down to like Haney Field, the old Haney Field, on Ryder Street, and places like that. So, yep, that's about a 13-minute old post there. So anybody that's listening in the Park Hills area, first, we appreciate you tuning in. Secondly, if you do have to get out and about and you have to go through downtown Park Hills, just be very, very careful. I would say if you're having to go through Elvins, even be very, very careful, because we've seen Elvins flood before.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take much for the creek to get out of its banks, and boy, when it does, it's a very unique experience. It doesn't happen a lot, but when it does, it's very interesting. So I would say that probably by the end of tonight, I'd say Big River is going to be rolling pretty good too.
Yeah, it was a lot of rain, and ultimately speaking, I think as far as severe weather goes, and let me tell you, most folks don't realize more people are usually flash flooding is usually more fatal than tornado warnings and thunderstorm warnings, because it impacts such a larger area than, let's say, a single tornado. And people basically, they don't turn around, they don't, and they end up trying to cross something that all of a sudden it overcomes the vehicle that they're in. But, if you look at this and you put this into motion, you got nothing but water. Lots and lots of rain is what I'm assuming it's fairly pouring, I would assume, there in Deloge.
Yeah, it's still rumbling pretty good. You can hear the rain. It'll get intense there for a minute, then it kind of backs off into a steady rain, and then it'll get intense again when one of those little yellow, maybe a slightly red band will come through. But yeah, it's we're in for the long haul here, and of course it's supposed to do it all night and again all day tomorrow. I've got prom out at Burnham tomorrow, and they've already advised me that if you are going to try to come out that way through C Highway through the Caledonia, Belgrade, Antioch area, you better have a submarine feature on your vehicle.
Yeah, it'll be Cub Creek there. We'll have that underwater more than likely for a good chunk of the time.
If it's not yet, it will be by the morning, I'm sure.
Yeah, we have a brand new thunderstorm warning with a considerable threat tag on there. This is for Carter, Ripley, Wayne, Butler, and Stoddard. I feel like a broken record tonight because we just had a very similar warning to this not 40 minutes ago until 9:30. Severe thunderstorms located along a line and extending from near Budapest to near Feherdieling to near Donovan, moving east at 50 miles an hour. This has a considerable threat tag because they're seeing winds in the atmosphere at 70 miles an hour and quarter-size hail. So for those of you in that part of our listening area, our viewing and coverage area, a better way of putting it there, they're just kind of filling in the warning boxes here. And we still have the active tornado warning for parts of Butler and Carter County, actually Carter County as well, Carter County and Ripley County until that is showing until 9:15, still showing radar indicated, probably not a huge amount of trained weather spotters in that neck of the woods. Let me do one more thing here. That is less than six. Those radar returns are less than 60 seconds old. So that's as live as that's fairly live, fairly current. And we've got that training situation over Puxico, over the Cape Girardeau, Scott City area, and then you've got this tornado warning. You've got this situation going on. Let me go back over to velocity here and see if it's current. We hope. Yes, it is.
They said that warning will be in effect until 9:15. Budapest, Milltown around 8:45, Poplar Bluff around 8:50. So Poplar Bluff's under the gun right now.
Yep, yet again. Let's see if we can get... they have dropped the tornado warning.
Oh, well,
it's gone. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire early. At least it's fallen. You know what? Let me confirm. Can you? Do you have a spot that you can possibly confirm? I don't see why it would have fallen off this. It's getting what's called level 2.
Yeah. Let me look at one of mine here real quick.
Just want to make sure. Yeah, I'm on the National Weather Service website itself. Yeah, it's gone. They have allowed that to expire early. So there we go on that. So more or less, we've just got an awful lot of severe weather. I'm going to pull the microphone closer to me because after 3 days this week of severe weather coverage, you get kind of tired. And so this is kind of what's going on here. You've got severe storms, and I'm just going to go back since we don't have a lot of rotation right now, or it's weak enough where they don't feel it's a tornado warning. And instead, what we've got going on is a situation at hand, a lot of flash flooding and severe thunderstorm warnings in multiple different directions. So for those of you where it is not yet raining, Sikeston, Boot Heel of Missouri, I got news for you. Here in a few hours, that's expected to rapidly change. And between now and, let's say, this time tomorrow night or early Sunday morning, you're looking at up to 8 more inches of rain from what's already fallen. For those of you in and around the Farmington, Potosi, Caledonia, Ironton, Viburnum, Reynolds County, you're obviously getting a lot of rain. You're going to continue getting some additional rain. Let me go back over to the multi-radar here and just kind of show you. But there is fingers crossed, unless anything redevelops, and we are seeing some of that starting to try to redevelop around St. Robert and on into there, you're going to get a lot of rain. You're going to get quite a bit more rain, probably at least 2 to 4 more inches. The key is there will eventually be an end slowly from Crawford County, then eventually Washington County, then eventually Jefferson and St. Francis counties. The same with Dent and Iron and Reynolds in Shannon counties. You're going to see all of that eventually slide on out, but you've still got several more hours of rain, and so this is an area of concern. Go ahead.
I was just going to say our colleague Meredith Lawson posted on her Facebook page, and I just shared it to our message page there. There was a tornado spotted on the MoDOT cam in Cape Girardeau. They just posted that 20 minutes ago. Meredith posted it 10 minutes ago. So Meredith, thank you for that. Maybe we can have that pulled up. It's not a video that I can see on there yet. I'm sure eventually they'll provide a video of it, but that was a confirmed tornado on the ground at Cape Girardeau. I'm trying to see exactly where that is, and I'd have to get a better look at it. But
by the way, for those of you watching this on the stream, what I have done, I've pulled up a computer model. This is called the GFS model. And there's a whole bunch of different models. I had to learn about all of these for hurricanes down in Florida when we did hurricane coverage, because you had those, they were called spaghetti models and everything else. There's even a website that a gentleman by the name of Mike keeps track of. But what you are seeing now is 42 hours out, 45 hours out, and the brighter the colors that you see. So there's 48 hours out. And you're looking at this much more rain. If I am not, an additional. Now models have a tendency to sometimes underdo it or overdo it, but it's a rough guesstimate. You're still looking, and I will openly admit and say, even the National Weather Service in Paducah saying, hey, up to 8 more inches across places like Western Kentucky. So it's possibly overdoing it, but this is yet to come. This is not what has already happened. I could go back the past 48 hours and show that too. This is actually what is still expected by the models. This is by 1 p.m. On Sunday that the accumulation of the rain at this particular point, that is what is yet to come by 1 p.m. on Sunday. So there's just so much, and again, that's GFS. I could go through. I'm not going to waste everybody's time to do that, but GFS is fairly accurate when it comes to things like that. But just think of all the rain and all of this, and you've got that severe line, and it's just slowly inching off in an easterly, southeasterly direction, while each individual cell's skirting along that line off toward the northeast. Just so much stuff going on there.
I'm going to also mention, I was just kind of perusing through Facebook here. Reynolds County Emergency Management Agency, on their Facebook page, they are in all caps saying the Centerville area needs to evacuate immediately. The FEMA building in Ellington is open. So I would imagine that's down around Black River, I would imagine. So if anybody's listening down there, or anybody knows anybody down that way, they are the emergency management agency down there in Reynolds County. So that would be like the Lesterville, Ellington areas. Oates is down that way, I believe. So if you're in that Centerville area, they're telling you to get out now, and it is in all caps. So they're basically yelling at you to get out of there now. So the Black River must be way up right now, or the streams that feed the Black River would be way up right now, I would imagine.
All right, so this is Centerville.
Mm-hmm. I shared it to our Facebook page too, or on the Facebook Messenger page, so we could.
So let me get the power outages off the screen. So Centerville, I've actually got the satellite pulled up, and I'll tell you one other thing that I've done. Give me just a moment here. Give me just a moment, and I'll tell you. Display settings. There we go. And you're saying Black River?
I'm assuming that's the one that's running. I believe that's Black River that runs really close to Centerville.
I've got it. If you're
they're
looking
telling-
at your screen, this is a satellite image, like a I don't know if it's Google Earth. I don't know what it is. It's just part of our service, but that is Centerville, and yeah, I don't see there it is. Oh, it says River Road. I don't see a name. I think Black River makes sense because Black River goes through Lesterville, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it
correct?
does.
Now the question, yeah, there's Black River. I don't. Well, it's kind of got a fork there, middle fork. Okay, so we got different forks of Black River. That's right. I remember that now. There's so much different terrain and stuff, but you've got different forks of Black River. So yeah, Centerville's got all of that. So one would assume even the Sutton Bluff campground, which is right there on the river as well, is probably not doing. So they're saying all of Centerville needs to get out.
That's what they're saying.
Well, now think about that for a moment. Normally, that's what the river looks like. Here, I mean, think about that. How much it has to be coming off over its banks, and they're saying to go to Ellington. So they're going to have to go down
That's
Highway
a ways
21.
away.
Yeah,
That's
it sure
about
is.
20-mile. That's about a 20-mile drive, if memory serves.
And it's Highway 21. Done it many times. It's a little curvy and a little crooked.
I've been to here with Viburnum helping out with their baseball team. We've combined with Lesterville. I spend a considerable amount of time in Lesterville the last few weeks, and over the next few weeks will. So, if it's getting Centerville right there, I can imagine Lesterville probably is going to be under the gun at some point.
Yeah, one would think.
And I would say, I think Black River runs there close to Annapolis as well. So
I'm looking for a radar site that I think would provide a good quality return, and I bet you St. Louis is probably going to be the.
I would say St. Louis or maybe Springfield.
Yeah. Let's find out. Oh, there's so many hail reports over Springfield. It's knocking out the ping for the. There we go. Maybe Springfield there. No, it's pretty much St. Louis. Let me do it this way and try to get the different radars together there and give us something. I mean, yeah, the rain isn't going to stop for a while.
No,
And that's what you got going on. It's just flat out not going to stop for a while. So yeah, we've obviously got some flash flooding, and if you really stop and think about how much real estate this is impacting, it's impacting Tennessee, Arkansas, Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri. Flash flooding going on across all of these different areas. If you really stop and think about it, I'm going to throw the alerts back on there because I don't like to leave them off very long as a just in case situation there. And thankfully, we don't have any new issued thunderstorm warnings. What we've got. But like I said, we've got flash flood warnings. Look at that, all the way into Arkansas. Flash flood warnings over almost all of western Kentucky. Flash flood warnings across a good chunk of southern Illinois, the whole area. And the part that really concerns me is all this extra development that you're seeing basically on the back edge where you would hope that is the end of the rain. But there's more that's trying to just grab a hold of whatever energy it can find and reform along even the back edge of that. So it's going to be even tough to say what's going on. But once it starts raining, wherever you are right now, once it starts raining, it's probably not going to stop for a while. And wherever it is raining in our coverage area, it's going to be around for a while. So Sikeston, for example, it's about to start raining there, and it's not going to stop for a while. The Boot Heel as well in the next couple of hours. And you can see where the frontal boundary, take a look at that. You can see exactly where the warm front that's propagating all of this is stalled. And it's right along the Boot Heel of Missouri throughout central Arkansas, and then curving into extreme northwest Tennessee and on into portions of western Kentucky. And so directly above that stalled front is where you've got this leading line of severe weather, and we have a brand new thunderstorm warning. This is going to be with a considerable threat tag for Carter, Ripley, Wayne, Butler, and Stoddard counties until 9:30. At least
Wash, rinse, and repeat.
yeah, that's basically what we've got going on there. Isn't that crazy? All this different stuff, and so that severe line, folks. For the we still have a tornado watch in effect for the rest of this coverage area, where it hasn't really done much yet this evening until midnight. So all of this area, basically in through the boot heel, under that watch box and on into outside our coverage area. But we've got some folks that like to watch us there in and around the Paducah area and southern and Metropolis. That's what you got going on. And up until midnight tonight. So this severe line, in theory, is going to hold itself together, and it's going to keep slowly moving off in this direction as each individual cell moves off in kind of a northeasterly direction. Is kind of what you got going on. And then behind it, lots and lots of rain. And so that's where we've got flash flood emergency. I would argue, and somebody probably needs to report that to the National Weather Service in St. Louis about Centerville, because to me, if you've got a flash flood emergency for Van Buren observed, if you're needing to evacuate an entire town in Reynolds County, why would you not do a flash flood emergency there as well? That seems to fit the criteria, but emergency management or somebody there in Reynolds County needs to give them a call and let them know what they're doing, because and just kind of report what they're seeing firsthand, and let them know kind of what's going on, because to me that seems like a logical. You're evacuating a whole town. That's a deal. That's a big deal. So. There's just so much going on. I don't think these cameras are going to show much, but we're going to find out. It's so dark. Just a lot of rain.
Yeah. I think I'm going to jump off for a little bit, and I'll just kind of keep an eye on. But anyway, Matt, thanks for everything you do.
Yeah, we're about to wrap up our coverage for the most part, but before you jump off, this particular sensor data, an hour or so ago, it's saying 12-hour, but it only goes to 5 minute and then it jumps to 12-hour, recorded an 88.9 mile per hour wind gust.
Where was this?
That is in Poplar Bluff. It was during the last round of storms. So if that sensor is accurate, that's what it
force winds.
That's category 2 hurricane force winds. That's what you're talking about. Let me check this other one before you hop off of here, because that's wow. Let me check the Neelyville. That one right here. Let me make sure I got the right one here. U.S. Highway 60 there, almost where 60 and 67 merge and then split back out. So, 88.9 miles per hour. I wish I had. I wonder if it'll tell me the exact time. If that's holding true, then at some point within the past couple of hours, that's where it has measured an 88.9. I have no reason to believe it's wrong. I mean, it's a sensor and it records it as it feels is accurate. So,
remember, they've had tornadic warned storms down there, so I mean, it could have spun up a big straight line wind gust or something like that through there. I wouldn't put it past it.
Yeah. That's kind of what we've got going on. I tell you, there's just so much there, but yeah, I think for right now, here's what we're going to do. We are going to go ahead and end the broadcast overall. We have a flash flood emergency, by the way, for catastrophic, for Cape Girardeau County now until 3 a.m. Emergency management reported thunderstorms producing heavy rain with water rescues ongoing and multiple roads closed due to high water over them, and an additional 2 inches of rain potentially up to on the way. And we also, just outside our coverage area, have a brand new tornado warning. It is outside the coverage area, but if there's anybody, Union, Johnson, and Williamson County, until 9:30. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight line winds. So this is moving in that area. Again, it's just outside our coverage area. So for those of you who have your favorite media outlets there that you trust, that's a good spot to find out. But yeah, there's just so much. So basically, folks, this is kind of what we're looking at. There's a brand new thunderstorm warning, it looks like, and we'll sign off with this for Scott County, North Central New Madrid County, Southwestern Cape Girardeau County, and Stoddard County until 9:45. And 60 mile an hour winds and quarter size hail, radar indicated. It'll be I-57 and I-55, basically around Sikeston, starting at mile marker 1 at I-57, and then I-55 between mile markers 58 and 86. So just south of Sikeston all the way to almost the Cape Girardeau Regional Airport exit. It's a little bit less than that, maybe the Benton, Missouri exit. So
we did have a request on the Facebook or on one of the streams here. Said, can we show Deloge, Missouri? I can tell you, just looking at that a minute ago, the only thing going on in Deloge right now is just, steady to moderately heavy rain that I can see on my independent radar, because I took a look at that. So this is for Addison Wampler. We appreciate you tuning in and listening to us there. We don't want to forget you. Just a lot of heavy rain, and I say heavy, it's probably moderate to heavy rain at times in Deloge, but nothing severe at this point. The only thing severe we really got to worry about is the flooding itself. And I would say if you're in Deloge, Missouri, Park Hills, Bonne Terre, Farmington, anywhere like that, just be very careful where you're going. You're going in an area that's got low roads, so like east of Deloge, where Flat River Creek kind of meets with Big River there. If you're going out east of Deloge towards Hillsborough Road, Cedar, I believe that's Cedar Run, all that area out that way, I wouldn't be surprised if Flat River Creek is over that road if it isn't already. So just I wanted to make sure we caught up with Addison there, so they knew we were
Hi, Chad in Metropolis as well. Yeah, you're right. It is becoming a habit at this point. Third time this week. We got a lot. We do. We have folks in Alexander, Scott, and Stoddard County, Southern Illinois, and Scott and Stoddard County. Brand new flash flood warning for you until 3:15 a.m. This is going to be ongoing, folks. If you're out and about, please get to wherever it is you need to go if it's not yet raining, because you already know that the ground is quite saturated. And it's going to take virtually nothing to get the streams and creeks and stuff out of their banks. I will tell you, folks, along the big rivers. I realize in the heart of our area we have a river called Big River, but I'm talking Mississippi, Missouri, and Ohio rivers here, the large rivers. Even those rivers are in the coming days going to be quite high in nature. I know the city of Paducah has already begun installing some floodgates, and they only do that when it hits about that 50-foot mark. And keeping in mind, on Monday, the river in Paducah at that gauge was at 17 feet. So that's how much rain, you're looking at 33 feet, 33-foot rise from all of this, which the Ohio River is arguably, it's up there with the Mississippi when it comes to size. It's not that much. It's definitely not any more shallow and any more narrow than the Mississippi. And so you've got all this going on, but that's going to pretty much take care of us. I tell you what I will do for you folks, for those of you watching, because we've got quite a few watching, and I know we've got some folks listening. For those of you on radio side, we are going to go back to regular programming, which is going to be our music. For the video side, I'm going to let it stream with no audio for a little while. You'll see some warnings and whatnot pop up. Green is flash flood, yellow is thunderstorm, and red tornado warnings. And you'll be able to see that. And then here in a little while, we'll go ahead and discontinue that video feed as well. But right now, for Kyle Douglas and Buddy Yon and myself and Meredith Lawson and all the other folks, Scott Cheatham, Scott Kabala, and Darius, we got folks, right? So all of us, thanks for watching and listening this evening. We very much appreciate it. And for Show Me Live Radio, we're now going to rejoin our regularly scheduled programming, which I can never say so clearly after 26 years of broadcasting already in progress. Have a great evening. And if anything else develops, we will, of course, be here. Any other tornado warnings and whatnot, we'll break in. But right now on Show Me Live, let's go on back to music. And then you folks, as far as anything on the video side, thanks so much. We're going to stream up. You'll be able to kind of keep an eye on the radar. And I think, Kyle, you've probably already dropped off. Yeah, he's gone as well. For those of you, what I will do to make it a little bit easier to see, I'm going to go back to our traditional, the kind of that gray presentation so that it's a little bit easier to see the different types of warnings and whatnot. And so when you see those things pop up with the radar and all of that stuff, you're going to know that there's some brand new warnings kicking in there. Like I said, if any other super severe weather like tornado warnings kind of pops up there in the Boot Heel or towards Sikeston or Mississippi County, Charleston, into southern Illinois, we'll of course break back in. We'll keep you informed of all of that. Thunderstorm warnings right now and just an awful lot of rain. If you look at the whole area, western Kentucky, we got folks that watch us there. I mean, how many counties, for goodness sakes, from all the way from Fulton County over toward almost to Beaver Dam and up toward Henderson, almost to Henderson and the Evansville area under a flash flood warning. And then you have a good chunk, the majority of southeast Missouri under a flash flood warning, a large portion of southern Illinois under a flash flood warning. There's so much going on. All we can basically tell you with that is because of the flash flood warnings, look at these types of things. Make sure that you're exercising as much caution as you can. Keep in mind, you are your own safety when it comes to that. As far as the things that you allow yourself to do or not do, you are that front and last line of safety there. Everybody and their cousin can look at you and say, please don't do this or don't do that. But when you have this much rain, we're showing models as possibly as much as an additional 6 to 8 more inches of rain in the area on top of what has already fallen. I can't stress enough, please take this under advisement and don't be a hero at this point or don't be somebody that jumps off in and has to have a water rescue, because there's just so much areas that don't even normally flood at this particular venture across southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, even western Kentucky, portions of Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, areas that don't normally even flood are now showing indications of flooding. So this is an area, obviously, over the next really 12 to 18, 24, 36 hours that you're going to have to look at and just exercise all the caution in the world. Try to stay safe. And if anything else develops beyond thunderstorm warnings, we'll be right back. But for right now, I'm Matt. That was Kyle. And we will talk again coming up very soon. And we're going to let that, again, that tornado warning is just outside of our area. That's why we're not covering that. So at that point, but there's a lot of friendly folks in the news media there that can do that as well. By the way, these little black hash marks, I didn't say this earlier, that means flash flood emergency. There's, I'm going to circle that. That's that right there. And this right here, those are flash flood emergencies. So that's the top of the line for a flash flood warning there as you're kind of staring things through. So I'm going to leave it on this. And in fact, I'll even go ahead and give you some different coverage areas there and let you kind of see the latest of everything. And we'll talk again coming up soon. back here in the Show Me Live Weather Center. And for those of you just joining us, very good evening. I'm Matt McLean, and we've been kind of moving around on the radar site for the past 20 minutes or so. We saw the tornado warning that has been issued for now remaining for Mississippi County until just a little bit longer. It's radar indicated rotation. We've been monitoring it very closely. It's never really produced any kind of a major rotation. And so because we've been broadcasting for 20 something hours solid this week, we just simply opted to monitored it very closely. Never walked away from the computer, nothing like that, or the radar system. We've been able to kind of just monitor it. And we knew that if we saw something that was of extreme concern, we would obviously be right here, and we would kind of let you know what was going on and keep you posted on those things. So here's basically kind of what we've got going on at this point. We do have a brand new thunderstorm warning. And for those of you that are actually in portions of the Show Me Live listening area and just outside of the listening area, we do have a considerable threat tag with up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. And here's where that thunderstorm warning is for. Pulaski and Alexander County in southern Illinois. Alexander is a part of our coverage area. But then also Ballard County in Kentucky and northeastern Mississippi County in Missouri, also part of our coverage area until 10:45. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and a $50 sized hail, a possibility. I'm already going to tell you right now. I'm going to pull right on down to basically to the core of hail here and see what we've got going on. There's a little bit there. It's not. I will say this, compared to what we have had this week, this is, let's see, Sunday, Wednesday, some yesterday, and also today, compared to all of that, this is not a massive amount of hail. Nevertheless, if you're underneath it, you might get a few dings on your vehicle at that point. And it'll be a little bit more than the raindrops falling on your head, and it'll certainly hurt because it is a possibility that $50 size. I mean, that's enough to sting pretty good whenever it hits you. So just kind of keep that in mind, and all of these areas. All right. So basically, very quickly, what I want to do is, in zooming out, there's a couple of things that I want to show you. All of this green. Everything that you see, everything, we are talking several hundred miles. All of this is a flash flood warning, all of it. In the midst of the flash flood warning, you have two flash flood emergencies, one in Carter County here. It's observed and catastrophic in nature, for Van Buren especially. There are water rescues underway there. And an additional 3 inches of rain is possible. We have another flash flood emergency for Cape Girardeau County until 3 a.m. Numerous emergency management reported thunderstorms producing heavy rainfall with water rescues ongoing and multiple roads closed due to high water, and additional couple of inches of rain expected. Here's the other aspect. Over here in Reynolds County, we've received reports from town officials there that has indicated the entire town of Centerville is being evacuated. And a location in Ellington has been provided 20-something miles away for the entire town of Centerville to basically regroup. I don't know how else to put it. That's probably not the best way to put it, but that's basically what it is. The Black River there is obviously out of its banks whenever it's got to that point, and they're having to evacuate an entire town. So there is an awful lot of stuff going on. We are still in the thick of things. By the way, for those of you in Paducah and Metropolis especially, and really portions of western Kentucky, a little while ago, you may have either A, felt a gust of wind, or B, felt a slight temperature swing in one direction or the other. But more or less, what that was an outflow boundary. And right here, I'm just highlighting it right here. That is an outflow boundary. You get that sometimes ahead of a line of thunderstorms when you expect the wind to be there. And that's why you've got some of these marking as a 70 mile per hour wind gust as detected by radar. The problem is when you have a line like this that's starting to bow, even outside of a warning area, you might see some gusty winds, but something that isn't up to the point of providing that severe weather criteria, but it may be right on the threshold. And so this is an area that, excuse me, I've been talking all week, and I've got a pretty strong set of vocal cords, and here we are. But you have this now severe line. We talked about this a couple of hours ago here on our video cast and stream and on Show Me Live, that this line that has created torrential rain and flash flood warnings behind it, and this is what I want to point out, has now begun to make its way toward western Kentucky and southern Illinois. But here's the problem. All of these flash flood warnings behind this line, they weren't in existence until this line made its way through. But look ahead. This entire area. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to flip to a different screen here and show you all the difference, because there's less ground clutter on this one. This is basically radar 2, if you will. But all of these warnings over here, these are flash flood warnings from previous rain across western Kentucky. And the amount of real estate from the Missouri state line in Hickman and Fulton counties, almost all the way over to Henderson and Owensboro and Beaver Dam, not quite, but almost. So if you are familiar with western Kentucky at all, you're talking couple hours drive at highway speeds from point A to point B, and you're still under a flash flood warning. Now, here's the concern. These warnings were already existent before this line and all the rain behind it that has prompted flash flood warnings has sprouted up on the other side of this line. This is now moving into western Kentucky that was already under a flash flood warning. We have some potential seriousness of rain. I know we've got a few flashing thunderstorm warnings, and so be it. But the predominant feature here that is of an area of concern, to be honest with you, isn't the severe thunderstorms are bad, and I don't mean to disregard them. But considering the quantity of rain that is apparently on its way into an area that is already under a flash flood warning, I flip back over to the other screen here, is an area of extreme concern. And so for those of you in western Kentucky, especially under the flash flood warning pre-existing because of everything else, that means the ground's already saturated. It can't take another drop, and multiple drops are coming. The forecast, we've had a few hours to, I won't say dry out, but to allow things to subside just a little bit. But up to 8 more inches of rain, and that's on the high side, but it's possible, between now and Sunday morning. So basically 36 hours, an additional 8 inches of rain is possible across western Kentucky and southern Illinois. And so this is where we have a very potentially once in a generation type of a catastrophic, and I don't use those words lightly. The Weather Service doesn't use those words lightly, and they've been using those words. If you've been watching national weather networks, they too have been using those words. They don't use those words lightly. You have to take that into consideration. If you are in western Kentucky specifically, and you're already under a flash flood warning, and you think there is even a remote possibility that where you are at could potentially flood, you need to literally make a plan of escape now. And I don't say that lightly. Have the plan in place. Know an exit, a path or an exit to get you out of harm's way. Because once this rain begins, even areas that maybe you in your lifetime have never seen flood are expected to potentially flood. Again, those are not my words. That's actually the words of the National Weather Service. So I'm just pointing out to you how serious of a situation Western Kentucky especially may be looking at. Now, I am not trying to disregard anything in southeast Missouri. We're receiving reports in the heart of the Show Me Live listing area, the coverage area, St. Francis, Washington, St. Genevieve, Bonne Terre, Park Hills, Farmington, streets flooded everywhere. Flat River itself out of its banks and flowing down streets. Obviously, there's a lot of flooding. Flash flood emergency in Carter County for Van Buren and flash flood emergency for Cape Girardeau County. Yes, there's a lot going on and a lot of flooding. And so I'm not trying to minimize that in any way, shape, or form. But for Western Kentucky especially, because there are already flash flood warnings in place, this gives you a moment to kind of take a deep breath and you kind of wonder what's about to happen. So please, if you have emergency responders come knocking on your house and telling you to evacuate overnight tonight, do it. If you have taken your chances in flash floods before, and maybe it came up toward your house or got and surrounded your house but didn't get into your house, tonight is probably not the night to test that again and find out if that is yet what again is going to happen, because probably what you are going to see at this point is a situation that in your lifetime you may not have ever seen, even if you've lived in Western Kentucky your entire life. This is an area of profound concern now that we are seeing the different aspects here of the potential of the rain at this hour, and something that is not expected to go away for some time, because this is only the Paducah radar. If I put it back over on the other screen, you're going to see hours and hours of rain without much of a break, to be honest with you. Hours and hours of rain. Let me flip that back over. Here's the other screen now. And all of this is in a training mode. So all of this stuff in central Arkansas that is also under a flash flood warning, it has to basically make its way through southeast Missouri, western Kentucky, and southern Illinois, and northwest Tennessee over the next 18, 24, 36 hours. But that leading line, that the outflow boundary has already made its way through places like McCracken and Massac counties in Kentucky and southern Illinois, respectively. The flash flood warnings, there's just a serious moment of pause because not a single flash flood warning behind this line existed. If I remember correctly, they've all popped up in the past several hours because of what's making its way toward basically western Kentucky right now. So like I said, I stress again, please, please, please take under consideration, if you are told to evacuate by emergency responders, take it seriously this time, because you're about to experience, possibly about to experience something you've never seen before in regard to flooding. There is the Massac County Emergency Management Authority. The storms are about on the edge of Metropolis. You see a lot of lightning. That's a live view. That's looking out toward the Joppa plant. If you're familiar with this area at all, that's showing up on the screen. You've got the stack sticking up in the air with their airplane lights or aviation lights on there, and a whole bunch of lightning going on. And that is the leading edge of the very heavy rainfall that we have going on, and a substantial amount of cloud to ground lightning with these storms, as well as is evidenced by this live view from the Massac County Emergency Management Authority there. So I'm gonna do a couple of things here. I'm gonna throw some lightning on there because lightning has really been a big deal across this area. So we're gonna look at that. That's just in the past 5 minutes, and then look at all of these little flashes of lightning. That is cloud to ground lightning within the last 5 minutes. Let me stop this sweep here so that you can see every single one of these little bolts, cloud to ground in 5 minutes. there's a lot of lightning taking place, and that confirms on the emergency management camera from Metropolis that we just showed you there. It's confirmed. It's all right there. You're seeing a lot of that off in the distance. So there's an awful lot of stuff there to take under consideration. Please heed the advice of any emergency responder, first responder that tells you to do something. Please do it, and keep in mind the ground just simply cannot take any more water. It has no place else to go. And so I can't stress that enough to those of you, all of you that have tuned in. And we've even gotten quite a few more that have tuned in the past few minutes. So we have a considerable threat tag for a flash flood warning. It is observed in Callaway, Fulton, Graves, Hickman, Lyon, and Marshall counties. There is a flash flood warning until 1:15 a.m. Emergency management reported thunderstorms have produced heavy rainfall. This was a couple of hours ago. And that additional thunderstorm activity is developing off to the west. Well, it's now here. And we'll move into these counties by late evening into the overnight between remember what I just told you, up to 8 inches? That wasn't my guess. Between 4 and 8 inches of rain have fallen, and additional amounts of that quantity are possible with what's coming in and all of the rain behind it. So just keep in mind, if for those of you in McCracken and Ballard and Carlisle counties, a flash flood warning has not yet been issued, but the ground is almost as saturated there, and a lot of flooding has taken place. But for everybody else in western Kentucky, almost, let me check, is Livingston County is not added into that flash flood warning, but basically everything else across western Kentucky, for the most part, is right along the river. Some flash flood, those counties are not under warnings, but just about everything else is. The ground can't take anymore, and more is on its way. It's just as simple as that. So for those of you in and around southern Illinois and this area, I'm going to go back to that Massac County EMA, the emergency management there, their camera. Thanks for letting us use that. And you if you know this area, you're familiar with those stacks sticking up from Joppa there. You're looking at all this lightning that's taking place, and you're starting to see flashes moving across the screen, like little whizzes going across. That's rain. The camera is in nighttime mode, and cameras have a struggle during the nighttime, in nighttime mode during lightning strikes, which are, as you see right there, very bright. I was almost right on cue. And you see these dashes of rain go by, and that's what it kind of looks like. So you're looking at basically 17 mile an hour, 19 mile an hour winds. So the storms are arriving in Metropolis currently. And then, like I said, you've got all this area right behind it with this thunderstorm warning. I'm going to leave that. That's really one of the few cameras that we have in this area, and also gauges that we can actively monitor in a live manner. And so far, sitting at about 20 miles an hour, but I'm going to be very curious when the severe warned storm moves through, kind of what it is that will be taking place there. Ashley, for Bonne Terre, by the way, a lot of rain still coming. I know that I've seen some pictures of Highway 47 there in front of Circle K by the Highway 67 exit. I have seen pictures basically of the entire road being underwater and the water coming darn near close to the Circle K itself. And that's being repeated in multiple areas. You're still going to get more rain. It's still going to keep happening. And I don't see, you may lighten up a little bit in rain in about an hour. And by lighten, I don't mean it's going to quit. I just mean it's going to lighten up a little bit. And then I think you're going to get an infill back in of a little bit more rain. And it's going to continue on for potentially several more hours. And that's the reality of what you're looking at right now for you in Bonne Terre, Ashley. So there's, like I said, just a lot going on. The flash flooding is the main aspect of this, more so. Yes, winds can be damaging. Winds can be very dangerous. But the flash flooding really is the main story here for tonight, and especially overnight. I mean, if you really tried to drive from the eastern edge where the flash flood warnings are to the western edge out in Missouri, you're looking at 5 hours of just highway speed driving. And so it's something that it doesn't happen all that often, but we've got a really serious situation developing And I fully expect to hear about additional water rescues, and I fully expect to hear stories in the coming few days from people, especially in Western Kentucky, about how in their lifetime they have never seen a spot flood that went underwater. It is very possible and probable, actually, as this rain makes its way through. All right, so what we're looking at right now, I'm just going to assume that the majority of you that are still watching are probably here in Western Kentucky and Southern Illinois. So I'm going to do something. I'm actually going to take off the Show Me Live icon, if you will. We're basically outside of our list of our coverage area at this point, and we're just going to have that talk. And just kind of be right there with one another. For those of you in this area, I am actually in Paducah proper itself, and twice in the past month I've had to make a nosedive out of the office that I use for broadcasting and head to safer spots as either a funnel cloud or something else tried to make its way over. And you could hear things hitting the outside of the building twice in the past month. So I don't expect, in theory, fingers crossed, hopefully, I don't see that so far in this line tonight, but we are under a tornado watch until 4 a.m. now. It was until midnight. That's probably a touch of overkill, and they will probably, hopefully, start trimming that back a touch in the coming next couple of hours. Just going to have to honestly wait and see how that all plays out. And so that all of that in red that you can see, it's hard to see with everything else going on. That's the tornado watch box until 4 a.m. All right. So for those of you in Western Kentucky, in Southern Illinois, Alexander and Pulaski County, Olmsted, Tams, Mound City, Cairo, you've already seen some very heavy rainfall over the past hour or so. And it's not moving. Look at that statute sweep. It's like it's helping me describe this right now. These storms are not moving fast, but they are producing a very large amount of rain. And so once it starts that heavy amount of rain, it's not going to stop for a little while. And it's going to train over the same areas as it has been already in southeast Missouri. And that's why I am very concerned for folks in Western Kentucky right now that are already under flash flood warnings from earlier rains. This is about as bad as it can get as far as a rainfall. And I'm not saying that lightly. It's a concern. It's a genuine concern. So while we have the thunderstorm warning in effect, and this is for portions of Ballard County. I'm trying to find the right screen here. I've got 5 screens actually in front of me, and I'm trying to 5 screens and 1 mouse. So we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for Pulaski, Alexander in Illinois, Ballard County in Kentucky, and Mississippi County in Missouri until 10:45 tonight. Moving to the northeast, the independent storm cell that's producing the warning is moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour, possibly creating up to 70 mile an hour winds as determined by radar at this point. What you are seeing, those storms moving individually, but the line is just barely inching across. If you're in Paducah, you may not see rain for another hour, 45 minutes. You're in Lone Oak. It may take another 45 minutes to an hour, even though it looks like it may be here in 15 or 20 minutes. It may take a while. Western McCracken County, probably not as long, out by the airport where the Weather Service is at, the NEXRAD, the green dot basically that you're seeing on the screen. Well, that's a little bit of a different situation. It'll probably start raining there in the next 30 minutes or so. But really, in all honesty, this line, while each independent cell may be moving off to the northeast at 35 miles an hour, the overall line is just barely inching east-southeast at this point. And it's taking its sweet time and dumping a great deal of rain with a whole bunch of rain behind it that still has to make its way through. So, folks, I really, again, I know I'm sounding like a broken record. I just hope that you take this seriously in Western Kentucky, especially tonight. It's a very important aspect of safety at this point. And again, that's from the Massac County Emergency Management in Metropolis, looking basically out toward Western Kentucky and where all these storms are basically at. For the most part, that's basically Ballard Ballard County is what it's basically looking at toward from that particular angle. When you got in Metropolis looking through Joppa there and the stacks, then you're the towers there, you're looking basically toward Ballard County, and you see so much lightning, so much stuff going on. That's going to be with us for a while. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and I want you to try to make sure that you set your devices where if a flash flood emergency is issued in your area, it'll set your device off very similar to that of a tornado warning. And so it's a very wise idea to leave your devices not on silent tonight, because if a flash flood emergency is issued and your phone detects that you are in the area where they issued that emergency, you are in danger. And you need to be taking that just as seriously as you would a tornado warning. And speaking of warnings, we just had a severe thunderstorm warning go into effect for Massac County, central Massac County, central Ballard, and all of McCracken County until 11:15. A severe thunderstorm located over La Center, moving to the east at 35 miles an hour, and you're showing now 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. That's what the radar is showing. We've had some truth to that in trained weather spotters and other stuff in southeast Missouri with this actual line of storms. There has been some truth, quite a bit of truth actually, to this particular line and how it's doing that. So let me go ahead and zoom on in a little bit as I try to save my voice just a touch, because we may be doing this all over again tomorrow afternoon. It is certainly a possibility. So here we are. It's very possible at this point. The rain is just, I know the arc is on the other side of the state, but it's starting to make me wonder if maybe they built it on the wrong side of the state at this point. And I'm not trying to make a joke. I'm being very, it's concerning. It's genuinely very concerning. This particular warning, it does incorporate and encompass Metropolis, West Paducah, Kevel, Lone Oak, out toward Future City, Woodville. Basically all the in all of McCracken County, Massac. As you're driving out 286 along, the little communities of New York and other aspects, that's where this is all gonna make its way through. Lone Oak, basically, it's gonna cover everything, and possibly. Let me double check on that. I believe that warning is, that's exit 11. So it's going to cover the first 4 out of 5 exits of I-24 in Paducah. Exit 3, exit 4, exit 7, and exit 11. That's what it's going to cover. And exit 16, that warning has not been extended to places like Possum Trot and Reedland quite yet. But the night is, I would say the night is still young, but it's 10:36 in the evening. So this is what we've got going on. We'll be here. We're looking at it. We're watching it. Before I do anything else, I don't see any rotation, and that's a good thing. And I'm going to do one more thing just in case. Nope. The good news is, at least for the bare moment, there's not really any rotation out there. Now, granted, it is getting fairly close to the radar site. That's why I increased the tilt a little bit. Let me get to base velocity here and go up one more tilt, and it's going to look really crazy on here. But I do actually know what I'm looking at, so bear with me here. I mean, it may be pretty high up in the atmosphere, a little bit of rotation right there, just south of Monkey's Eyebrow toward Bandana, possibly. But again, it's very high up in the atmosphere, and we hopefully we don't have any issues. I'm going to go back down one tilt, and you're really not seeing the rotation. Now we're going to go back down to what's called tilt 1, and that's going to get us into basically as it kind of sees out over the horizon. And so that's basically a lot of truth there, truth to par there. And we're going to watch that around the Bandana area for any type of rotation. But I don't think at this point there's a lot there. it's entirely possible that it could further develop and strengthen, and we may find ourselves into a situation. But for right now, it's just looking like some pretty decent winds as being described on radar. So, that's moving away from the radar. I ran out of screen there. 45, 50 miles an hour. And that's moving away from the radar. Kind of a gust front, if you will, we think. And then basically that's about it. You're going to have that initial onslaught of some wind. And quite honestly, it looks like basically the further north you go in this storm, the more you're going to run into some high winds potentially. But it's so close to the radar site, sometimes it gets a little bit difficult there. But so that is something that we are looking at. We're going to monitor it. We'll look at. I'm going to go right back to this over here, so that you can kind of see what's going on. And again, we're just going to keep a watchful eye on things. How about that? I'm going to keep that in the screen here. Move it off to the side just a little bit. You all can still see it. I am curious on some of this. I see one raindrop, but I see other areas of clouds that look a little interesting. I'm just going to keep it right here. And as this next radar sweep is coming through, and you can see it's taking its very sweet time. So you folks in Kevel, the rain has, basically, I don't even want to say the west side of town. We all know Kevel is not a massive metropolitan area by any stretch. It's a beautiful area though. But basically right on the outskirts there of the edge of Kevel, it's starting to rain hard. And between Kevel and La Center, it's really pummeling hard. And then it's just going to continue for a while. Let me see if we've got a brand new, fresh. No, not really. Let me try baseline here. Nope. Let me try high res. Yes, jackpot. All right, so we have at least something that is fresh there. Now, this is... That's very interesting. It's nothing rotation, but some pretty high winds. You could see 40, 50, 60 mile an hour gusts out of that. Certainly a possibility. Really not seeing, again, any major rotation. Those clouds are certainly unique on this camera. That's kind of made me pause there for a moment. You probably heard me go silent there for a moment. I'm like, what am I seeing? But yeah, there's just a lot there. All right, so more or less, we've just got this thunderstorm warning. That's kind of what's going on in and around the Paducah, Kevel, La Center, Barlow, New York, basically almost all the way down to St. John's and Lovelessville. Really, really darn close. I mean, the line is, well, Lovelessville technically, we'll include Lovelessville. It's literally the handful of streets that is Lovelessville proper itself. It's right down the center of it. So yeah, we'll throw that in the good mix there. So that's kind of what is looking at. It is taking its time. Once it begins in your area, so like Metropolis, it really hasn't. There's been a little bit of a mixture of rain, but not a whole lot there has started. There's the latest update. It is getting closer, and it is not moving super duper fast. So this is again a large line of areas. So it is not going to be surprising at all. We saw some pretty good sized flood photos of the Mayfield area, Graves County. I honestly don't know the quantity. I'm not sure anybody could probably pin it down for you to the exact. But this area of rain in a place that's already flooding pretty bad is not, it's just, I am genuinely concerned. I was going to sign off and just let it go for the night. But I'm just genuinely concerned. I've been doing this for, I guess, 26 years now, and all over the country. Love Paducah. I love Southeast Missouri, which is my original home. Love Southern Illinois. But I've anchored news and done stuff like this in Chicago and New York and Philly and Tampa and other places. And while they are also beautiful places, this area is my home, and I genuinely am looking very concerned. Pretty much exactly what's going on here. And I don't really feel very comfortable in just saying, well, we're done for the night. I was going to do that, but I think we need to keep it here just a little bit longer because of the flooding potential here. Understandably, as one human being, and this line is moving so slow, I'm not going to be able to keep it, till Central City and Greenville and Madisonville and all of that over there. It's going to be a little too much. But I do think right here in the Jackson Purchase area, I kind of want to try to keep it here just a little bit longer because I am a little concerned as to some of the things that I'm seeing. And we've got, quite a few folks watching. And I'm just genuinely a little bit concerned here. And for those of you who are watching, feel free to throw something into the chat if you've got a question. You want me to zoom in someplace, or you're wondering kind of what's going on. You're more than welcome to type out something onto the chat. I can see you. And by chat, I'm talking like Facebook or YouTube. Basically, wherever it is that you are watching, if you have the option to leave a comment, it'll actually pop up on my side and I'll see it. And so if you've got any questions, I'm more than happy to try to answer them for sure. But yeah, we've just really got some serious stuff going on here. Think about how long it has taken to get from Barlow toward West Paducah. And you know how long of a drive that is. It doesn't take very long. If you're doing highway speeds, it's, 15 minutes max. We've been talking a lot longer than that, and here we are. It's just really holding itself out there and taking its sweet time. And that's where I'm just genuinely concerned here. So for those of you across, like I said, Southeast Missouri, if I don't know, I can't tell where everybody is watching from. So if you are watching from Southeast Missouri, you've just got a lot more rain to go through, unfortunately, and there may be some additional flash flood emergencies issued as a result of that. I don't think West Kentucky will escape the night without having one or two or maybe more than that after this line moves through on already flash flood warned counties. So this is why I'm just genuinely so concerned. For those of you in and around McCracken County specifically, whoever is watching from there, it's a shame it doesn't tell me. I see where you're watching from. So I know a couple of you are watching on the official Blue Cheetah Media YouTube channel, one or two on the Show Me Live channel, one on my Matt McLean Facebook public page, and quite a few on the Show Me Live radio feed as well off of Facebook. I just don't know exactly where you might be and where you happen to live. But yeah, if you do have any questions, just type them on out and I'll answer them. I'll see them pop up, and you want me to zoom in someplace or maybe switch to a different mode, I'm happy to do that for you as well. Since we're kind of winding down some things a little bit and we don't have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, it's down to, several, but not anything unmanageable. If y'all start asking questions and want me to zoom around on some stuff, I'm happy to do it. So there's the latest, that is actually fully on late. So this again is it's called velocity. It's basically the wind speed. And what we're seeing, again, not really seeing any rotation. That's a very good thing. When we have a tornado watch until 4 a.m., I will take a thunderstorm without rotation in it all day long, at least as far as that goes. So I'm not really seeing any rotation. It is getting very close to the radar site, so there may be some things there that are blocking just because it is so close. But nevertheless, fingers crossed that we don't get an additional warning on this in the next several minutes, and I sure hope we don't, because we don't need it. No one has needed that tonight from anywhere, and so this is where we are. All right, as you can see, this particular thunderstorm that is under a warning right now has made its way across Ballard County, and it has begun to kind of start eating away a little bit at western McCracken County as far as the rainfall goes. The initial heavy stuff has moved out of Kevel, and even in Metropolis, the lightning is still very intense. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I turned that on 60-second lightning interval, a 5-minute lightning interval. And let me also get county outages and see if we've got any power outages that I can dabble on and click on and find out. And so far across western Kentucky, I'm not seeing any major power outages yet that are being reported, and it usually does a pretty good job at showing that. That live look at Massac County EMA there, showing off toward Joppa, the plant, and beyond into Ballard County. Just pretty much a solid thing of lightning. And boy, I tell you what, if you were in this area last night, you had about an hour to an hour and a half of what felt like constant rumbling thunder that robbed you of a lot of sleep. I feel your pain, literally. I was the same way sitting there. Well, good evening, Rance. Yes, you are in Future City. Should you be concerned about straight line winds? In Future City, it is, if it hasn't already happened, you don't really, in fact, you can tell me what is it that you are seeing or feeling or hearing. And at this point, I don't think so. If it hasn't already happened, the answer is probably not, because the leading line, you are probably, at least as of the radar is showing, because you're right on the edge of what the Paducah radar can see. You're right there. Let me do this. Boom. Here we go. We just moved it over to the Fort Campbell radar so that we can get rid of that donut that the radar just can't see. And that this will help us a little bit there. I wouldn't necessarily, I don't know if that's straight line winds, but I have a feeling it's slightly delayed, but there's probably a little bit of hail in there for sure. But I don't know so much about straight line winds. Let's see if we get a high res velocity here. That's just too noisy. And it's so far away from the Fort Campbell radar. I don't think we're going to get anything. Nope. Rain has begun. So if the rain has begun and you haven't hit the straight line winds yet, I kind of feel like you're probably in the safe zone for that, Rance. But in all honesty, you got so much rain coming, and I mean, you and I know each other, right? So we know each other. You know full good and well that the ground is waterlogged. So I would be really cautious if you're in a spot that may potentially flood. It's going to be, tonight at this point. I don't see any other way around it, unfortunately. So just kind of keep that in part in mind. If you haven't had any high winds, that's very good news as far as this thunderstorm warning. But beyond that, I think it's a very safe thing to say the rain is the big story here beyond just that thunderstorm warning. When you start getting flash flood emergencies, I mean, that's just about as crazy as it can get with water. However long all of you have been on here, you may have seen me trying to adjust some of the ground clutter here. It is the air is so saturated. All of this stuff right here, it's essentially ground clutter or clutter in the atmosphere. It's moisture. And what's going on is I couldn't get rid of the ground or the clutter off of the screen because the quantity of energy and or moisture that's just in the air for these storms to work off of and fuel off of. It's quite a bit stuff going on there. I'm going to keep it on the Fort Campbell site because the radar dome itself there in West Paducah at the airport, it has started to hit that. And because of that, a lot of times when it rains heavy or hail especially, and it starts hitting that radome, that white thing, if you drive by there and you see that, the radome, it can impact the results of what that radar is able to see temporarily. So I'm going to keep it on the Fort Campbell site just a little bit here. And just like clockwork, the Massac County EMA, the edge of the rain is right there. And look at our screen. Yep, lots of rain. That's what's going on there. And thankfully, the winds are not looking that bad. 30 seconds ago, they were 60 seconds ago, about 20 miles an hour. Hey, that's an April afternoon in McCracken and Massac counties. We're not going to worry so much about that. That's a great thing all the way through. So for those of you elsewhere, the rain is about to begin. Again, I'm going to go back over to the Fort Campbell side. I really think that that's probably the best bet. Evansville, no, I'm going to keep it on Fort Campbell. I think it's closer. It is closer. So everybody here in and around the flood zones, the flash flood warnings here in Western Kentucky, that's just going to be the problem. All right, let's see this latest sweep. Let's see what we get. And we're seeing a little bit of a bow echo there in the warning polygon there, right over Metropolis. But even the Massac County EMA anemometer that's on the wind gauge that is on the camera pole there didn't get much more than 20 miles an hour. So this predominantly sounds and looks as if it's going to be a big rain maker and also possibly some small hail. And that small hail might be why you're seeing some of the whites on the echo returns there just a little bit there. And the Fort Campbell site is showing higher up in the altitude than the next rad would here in Paducah proper itself because of the geographic locations of them. So everybody that's out and about there, let me put my controls back on. There we go. We're going to put this into motion. Take a look. And seeing it morph just a little bit. And this is kind of what we've got going on. Lots and lots of rain now beginning to get to the edge of the areas that are flash flood warning, and practically every county behind this line under a flash flood warning in southeast Missouri and southern Illinois. But like I said, they were not under these warnings. They were under a flood watch, but not a flash flood warning until after all of this moved through, and now it's approaching areas. Now it's approaching areas that were already under warning. And now we have a brand new flash flood warning. This is going to be for McCracken County and Ballard, as well as Massac County and Pope County until 5 a.m. So at least 6 hours. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. We don't need to know that. I mean, we're looking at it, right? I mean, we need to know it, but we're looking at it. Flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Yeah, if it normally floods, it's going to. And in some areas where you don't normally see flooding, it's going to. It's just going to. And there's just no other way around it. So now McCracken, Ballard, Massac, and Pope counties have now joined all of southeast Missouri and southern Illinois. Go us, right? For the flash flood warnings that are, if you're driving more than 4 hours driving time at highway speed from Paducah off to the north and west, you could keep driving and you're still under a flash flood warning. And if you're heading due west, you're probably 5+ hours until you would get out of the area where the counties are warned for flash flooding. Now that should tell you something. That should tell you that we've got a very serious problem overall. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. I'm going to flip to a different screen. And that's what I'm talking about. All of these green areas there. Let me draw all of these green areas there, all of that. All right. I mean, you're talking not far from Springfield. And if you've ever gone to Branson from Western Kentucky, you know full good and well how long of a drive that is. And basically up to St. Louis. So 2.5 hour drive, 2 hour, 45 minute. You've got all of that under a flash flood warning. Places like Washington County, Iron and Reynolds County, as well as Shannon County, just south of Salem, down south of Dent County, and on to basically the Missouri-Arkansas border, and then all throughout Arkansas, you have flash flood warnings. But really, like I said, none of them had that prior to the line moving through, except for Western Kentucky, and that's why I'm so concerned. Let me flip back over to the other screen. And there won't be a whole lot more. Once this thunderstorm warning is allowed to expire, there's not going to be a whole lot more that I can do. It's basically please exercise plenty of caution. And there's not going to be a whole lot more that I can tell you. It's going to flood if it hasn't already flooded. It's going to, and you're in for a world of hurt potentially in low-lying areas right now. And I hate it for you, but that is also a very unfortunate reality. So once you get through that and this line starts coming through in the areas where it's already a flash flood warning, again, keep your devices on. And if you hear what sounds like the screech, that's like a tornado warning that's kind of going on, it may actually be a flash flood emergency. They sound, I think they, in the cell phones, may even use the same type of alert signal for both. A flash flood emergency is treated in the system that sends you those alerts. It's treated basically the same as a tornado warning. And so it may use the same exact screech. So if a flash flood emergency is issued for where you are at, please, it means something serious is very serious is going on. Take that very, very serious in your own safety there. All right, folks, I do think that at this point, this thunderstorm warning is going to expire in about 17 minutes. I mean, the leading edge is moving in toward downtown Paducah, Lone Oak. It's at exit 7 right now. And basically, let's see, 1057, so that's 2 minutes old. It's in Hendron currently. If you live along Clark Line Road, Old Mayfield Road, the leading edge is literally arriving right now. 0 seconds, 30 seconds at the max, probably a short gust of wind, and that's about it. And then you're basically looking at predominantly the rest of McCracken County getting enamored with this leading edge of heavy rain. And then, now don't let this fool you, because the radar site is under the heavy rain. All of this right here is a little bit heavier than it looks. I'm gonna demonstrate that right now with the Fort Campbell radar. Hopefully it'll flip over. See what I'm saying? It is a little bit on the heavier side than it appeared, courtesy of the heavy amount of precipitation bouncing off of the radome in West Paducah right now. That's just technology, and it's a really good technology, but no technology is perfect, and that's just part of it. So you're going to have an awful lot of rain tonight. All of us are. Thoughts and prayers are with everybody, because it's a very necessary thing tonight. I sure hope everybody's going to be okay, and it's just you're very welcome, Rance, and to everybody else listening as well. You're very welcome. If you're mentally saying thank you, and if not, well, that's okay too. We're going to wrap it up. Oh, wait, let me take a look here. Lots of lightning, guys. Yeah, that's what we're looking at. They've kind of polygoned that down a little bit more. A minute ago, severe thunderstorm warning located along a line extending from Metropolis near Brookport, moving east at 45. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail are possible. Here where I'm at right now, I'm hearing thunder now. And so basically mile markers 1 through 12 on I-24 in Kentucky and 34 through 38. So basically a couple miles outside of town of Metropolis to the Kentucky state line, and then the Kentucky state line on through the south side exit 11. That's what you're looking at. All right, guys, if you need anything else, we'll monitor it. And I'll tell you what, if my phone, here's what I'll make a deal with you. If my phone starts screeching out and starts talking about some different warnings, now my phone will only cover a certain amount of area while I'm sleeping. But if there is something super severe in the middle of the night that wakes me up and wakes you up, we'll flip the switch and turn everything back on, and you all can, we'll keep everybody here. I can tell you right now, the leading edge of the rain just approached my office. I just heard it arrive in a small, tiny gust of wind, and here we are. That's where we are right now. So we're going to call it for tonight, and we're going to leave it there. And again, thoughts and prayers are with you. We have some very, very serious flooding coming in western Kentucky especially, and again, southeast Missouri, southern Illinois. You're already going through that. I do see where even some of the flash flood warnings, while it is still raining, I see a couple for Iron and Reynolds County that's been allowed to expire, possibly. They're not marked anymore, but I'm wondering if the Weather Service is trying to figure out if they want to issue something else, and we're just kind of in the pause between. But nevertheless, we're going to call it for tonight and say a very good thank you, and just kind of go from there. All right, everybody, please be careful, and we'll be in touch and we'll be around. Thanks so much. Bye bye.